Ready?
All right, everyone, good evening. Very sorry for the delay. We've, I think, maxed out this building's capacity tonight, but I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. First up tonight, we have our approval of the agenda. We are going to make some changes to the agenda, moving finance report, tax collector, resolution 2512 and 2513 up above to administrative reports above informal comments. So if there's a motion to make that amendment, I'll seek it now.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Next up, we have our minutes from May 6th. This is a public hearing, UDO hearing that we had at 6:55 or 5:55, and then our regular meeting minutes, and then our work session minutes. If there's no need to make an amendment to those minutes, I'll seek a motion for approval.
Motion to approve the minutes is written.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Moving on now to Ms. Fox and the finance report for April 2025.
Good afternoon. I'll go over the highlights for the month of April. The general fund revenues collected to date, $74,833,226. That's 74.27% of budget. The expenditures to date are at $74,622,502, which is 75.7% of budget. Currently, at the end of April, the revenues was $210,724 more than the expenditures. The ad valorem taxes collected are at 100.74% of budget at $45,622,952. Motor vehicle taxes collected $1,573,166, which is 75.53% of budget. In the prior year, taxes collected $326,559 at 65.31% of budget. We received the sales and use tax distribution for the month of April. The amount was $1,616,268. That amount was 4.63% more than we received last April, and that represents January sales. The Article 46 distribution was $174,418, and the average increase for the fiscal year for January sales was at 1.34%. The landfill disposal fees, $2,936,433. That's 91.97% of budget, and the prior year landfill disposal fees were $51,132. The growth revenues we're tracking. The code enforcement has already collected over budget at $735,653. The environmental health fees are at 62.65% of budget at $125,300, and register deeds is at $778,784. That's 86.53% of budget. The general fund contingency at the end of April was $567,152. I'd be glad to answer any questions on the report.
Questions this evening from the board? Go ahead and hear from Ms. Henson on her tax collector and refund reports.
Thank you.
Good evening. The current taxes collected for the county for the month were $484,200.62. The delinquent taxes collected were $130,730.46. The total collected for the month was $663,397.91. There were refunds of $3,034.27 and releases of $12,731.05. And the rate as of April 30th was 98.65%. Any questions? Thank you.
To approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Moving on now to Resolution R 25-12, is policy and procedures for appointments. And Mr. King.
So this is a resolution that y'all had asked staff to create, and you vetted it at the last work session. This is basically a resolution establishing policies and procedures for appointments to county boards and commissions, authorized by appointment by this board. So, any questions about it?
Questions from the board? If not, I'll seek a motion for approval.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Moving on now to Resolution R 25-13. It is the expenditure of opioid settlement funds. And we'll welcome Ms. Cagle and Ms. Rodwell.
Hi,
Good
good evening. So we are here to request approval of the resolution for the expenditure of opioid settlement funds.
What was the total in first year?
Okay,
For-
the total in the first year was,
This for the whole 3 years.
yeah, this is for the whole 3 years. $1,371,314.48.
Is there a motion to approve the opioid settlement funds?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And a second?
Second.
All those, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, ladies. And these are, for those that don't know, these are funds that were given to us by the state to help treat the opioid crisis in a multifaceted way. So this is great money that we're spending to help people in need. Moving on now to informal comments by the public. Is there a list? Just so that we are all kind of on the same wavelength here, let's try and be as courteous and kind as we can. Let's try and keep our time down to 2 minutes tonight, because there are so many people that want to speak. Do you want us to cap it at 45 minutes? I mean, what do we want to do?
Want you to hear us. We are your constituents, man. 3 minutes. That's why we pay our taxes. You'll be all right.
How many people are signed up at this
Right
point?
Just start with me. I'm the one that sticks out the most. Most everybody
You guys
in
made
here.
the decision, so now you're gonna hear us.
We have not
Yeah,
made.
I'm meeting, but I'm over here. I'm mad.
This is a discussion that we started regarding the Fontana Regional Library, and we're just having a discussion about it. So what we're trying to do is do it courteous.
I can even do it in Spanish, bro.
That's cool.
Sir, I have a question to ask. All of you guys are speaking into microphones. Where is the news coming from? Because we can't hear anything back here. We came to hear.
Can't hear us in the audience?
Can you
Okay.
crank up the volume?
Never seen such a rude bunch.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 36. 37. 6 or 7.
Yep.
Let me get through it. Thank you. 3 minutes, it gives us an hour and a half.
Well, we gotta stick to, gotta do 3 minutes.
It's gotta be 3 minutes. Okay, I think we can manage all of these speakers in 3 minutes. If everyone is courteous to the person behind them, I believe we can all get everybody that signed up for comment in 3 minutes. So, be courteous that the person behind you is waiting, and we're trying to be as nice to that person as we can for 3 minutes. We'll have a timer. When there's 10 seconds left, I'll raise my hand just so that you can wrap up your thought and we can move to the next person. Thank you, God. All right. First up tonight is Garrett Craig. Good evening, Garrett.
Hi, first I want to say thank you for having this public hearing. This could have been secret phone calls. My name is Garrett Craig, and I'm a Jackson County resident. Many others will stand up tonight and address you with intentional calm despite the fire in their hearts. They will lay out the facts the way that devoted library lovers do, thoughtfully, patiently, and with hope that reasoned words can still reach people and build bridges. But in case they're wrong, in case there's no hope for polite dialogue with you, I'm bringing something else because at this point you need to hear it loud and clear. I'm here to raise my voice in anger on behalf of myself, my friends, my community, and especially my 2 elementary school kids who are learning quickly who in this town they can and cannot trust. Libraries are lifelines, refuges, hubs of community support. They're for students, job seekers, for seniors, children and families, for anyone who just needs a place to exist, including the unhoused folks you so callously demonize. Maybe it's because you live in fear of others. Maybe you can't stand seeing others get a helping hand. Or maybe you're following the lead of national ideologues who fear what happens when everyday people are free to think critically. We're used to watching public goods get gutted for the sake of ideology, and yet, I will be honest, I thought libraries were the one thing left that we might all still agree on. Instead, you've imported into our mountain refuge the ugliest kind of national politics, the kind built on fear, division, and distrust, and you're going after a beloved institution that harms no one. This isn't about right or left, it's about whether you believe in serving your whole community or only some of it. You want us to believe this fight is about LGBTQ displays or lunatic leftism, but threatening us about the courthouse lease or laughing about the idea of closing the library entirely, let's be honest now. This is about flexing your power and about your open disdain for your neighbors. And yes, we are all still your neighbors, even the unhoused, and even those whose values or identities you may not share or respect. Your job is to serve everyone, not just the people who look or think like you, and your whole public deserves better. Board members, be ashamed, and then grow a spine or step aside so the rest of us can get back to the work of actually building something in this county, something that honors the people who live here. Until then, you undermine the very soul of this place, and I hope for your own sake that it makes you toss and turn at night, because if you're sleeping soundly, I worry what that says, not just about your leadership, but about your basic human empathy. Are your hearts so hardened? I hope I'm wrong. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Miss Link. Miss Link? Are you Miss Link?
No, but I would suggest that you just call 10 people at one time. The first 10 on the list, so that it will go more expedite.
Okay, that's fine. Miss Link, Diane Catlin, Bodie Catlin, Michael Paget, Joseph Rubel, Tom Downing, Mike Jones, Dylan Castle. Miss Link, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Link, and I'm a Jackson County resident. and I can't believe I'm here to speak tonight to defend a fully funded and well-resourced library. The library is a community resource, so yes, it's appropriate that it represents all perspectives of the community. If you, as a parent, would like to spend your time teaching your child to view other humans as morally wrong, that's on you. If you choose to have a narrow view of the world that excommunicates other people and viewpoints, then the community-funded library that is funded by everyone's tax dollars is not for you. If you're upset that your viewpoints are contradicted by the peaceful existence of others, don't make that my problem and don't come for our community resources. As a teacher, I can tell you the things my students have to worry about, and it sure isn't the things they find in a library. My students worry about keeping up academically. They worry about their parents fighting and possibly leaving. They worry about the things their peers say about them and to them on social media. They worry about the care of their siblings when their parents aren't around, and they worry whether or not they're safe at home. I offer up these examples as actual events my students have shared with me. There are actually ways we need to think about supporting our kids. How do we provide safe, consistent, and loving environments for them? How do we teach them compassion and empathy for one another? How do we show up for them to prove day after day that we'll be there for them, even on the days they don't believe it? On the days they actively try to push us away because so much of the world has shown them how much it doesn't care. But the resiliency that comes from stable and consistent environments like classrooms and libraries is what gets our children through the tough times, while the adults argue about the funding of a library.
Is there no live stream? People are trying to watch from home.
Unfortunately, in this room, there is no live stream. It's being recorded so that everyone can watch it just as soon as IT is able to load it onto the internet. So everything that you are saying will be heard on YouTube.
Thank you for allowing me to interrupt.
Yes. Ms. Catlin.
My name is Diane Catlin. I am from Highlands, and I am the enemy to some of you, but I'm not the enemy at all, because I want to explain something. No one is closing the library. Their discussion was, if you heard their other meetings, I love to go to these meetings, you get to learn so much, but their discussion is whether or not one of the vendors that they have to pay with that wonderful budget that we're over with, I love that report, if they are doing what they should do. Now, I challenged a book. It is, quote, the most banned book in America. However, I didn't ask to have it banned. I asked them, it's addressed to 10-year-olds and up. Can you look at this book and use a parent's reasoning and please move it to the adult section? That's not being your enemy. That's caring about these lambs. And yes, it's from my point of view, and do you know that there were 9 members on the Fontana board, and 8 of them would not even listen. So that was 2 years ago. I am actually on the library board in Macon County, and I love the library. But
No, ma'am. Sorry. Please continue.
Add my minutes. One of the discussions that you had the other night was very important to me because you have a job to do. You have to make sure we have enough money to pay our vendors. And are our vendors, one of them is FRL, doing the very best they can do? You said in that meeting that you had a conference with those people in FRL and that they had assured you that they would make some changes. The discussion I heard in your meeting, which was recently, is that you don't think they changed one thing. Now, my business, when I was working, I was a business etiquette teacher. I trained people how to take consultation and that they needed, after the evaluation, to improve. If they did not improve, then you would discuss just what y'all did. Is this the best vendor for us? So I want to explain all that because I think everybody's here has heard a rumor that they're closing the libraries. We love the libraries. We love the programs. Do I get 3 more minutes? I'm just kidding. Okay, so I did not. That was rude. I have not done my comments because this is important. You people are serving our community, and we love you, and we respect you. And you have to stand strong because you still have that decision. You got one vendor, and I'm sure you've talked about others. You have to know if they are doing the best that they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Catlin. Yes, that, when either side is speaking, please. Next up, we have Mr. Catlin, Bodie Catlin.
I'm Bodie Catlin. I live in Highlands, North Carolina. The title of my talk tonight is "The FRL Pushes the Sexualization of Our Children." My first experience with the 9-member FRL board was when my wife challenged the disgusting pornographic book, It's Perfectly Normal. During her 18-minute talk, she showed graphic pictures of how the author teaches kids how to perform oral sex and anal sex. Of the 9 members at that time, 2 listened to what she said. The other 7 played with their cell phones and computers. They had already made up their minds before they heard her speak. In conclusion, she said, "All I'm asking you to do is move this pornographic book from the children's section to the adult section." The chairman then asked if there was a motion. The lone Christian on the board said, "I move we do what Mrs. Catlin said." She then asked if there was a second. There was dead silence. We were stunned. So there were 8 members on the board who approved of this pornographic, sickening book, and not only that they were okay with FRL sexualizing our children. In my opinion, if you approve this book, then you are a pervert. I have no friends of mine who have a bankrupt moral character like some of those on these boards. We had several members of the board who told us in the following weeks, "Don't bring your religion into our discussions." They don't understand that it is our faith, it's not our religion. Thank God in the past few months, the county commissioners of Jackson and Macon have replaced or voted out of office a few of these ungodly people who bring no moral values to our libraries. All we want is neutrality. Why did our Fontana director have a tampon machine installed in the men's bathroom in the Silver Library? In closing, the FRL should set aside their personal preferences for the greater good of the library mission. The library has no business promoting DEI and woke agendas. The FRL board works for the Jackson County taxpayers, not the Marxist American Library Association and Planned Parenthood. What's next? Drag queen story hours like they have in Raleigh? A Texas library used a convicted child sex offender to read stories to the children and their perverted parents. Show some class, if you will, please. They have no class. Thank you for giving me the time to let you know how I feel. Our group, with its 2-year battle, is completely disgusted. It is.
He had 10 seconds of interruption, so let's give him his 10 seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Catlin.
Okay. Our group, with its 2-year battle, is completely disgusted. It is past time to get out of the FRL. Good riddance. Thank you.
Next to speak, we have Mr. Paget. Thank you, Mr. Paget.
I'll be very short. It's obviously a very divisive environment. My hope is that you guys will be led by the facts. Look at them carefully. I think that you'll get a lot of facts presented to you. Make the best possible decision. The few facts that I've been able to see, it does look like, from a cost-benefit standpoint, that we need to have more control over our library here in Jackson County. So that's my hope. And you need to know that sometimes the majority voices are not truly representative of the entire population of a county. So we have a lot of respect for what you're trying to do. Hang in there and do the best that you can.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Next up, we have Mr. Rubel.
I'm Mike Jones. I live in Silva. I've been here for some 20 years, and I'm a retired Episcopal minister. I was put out to pasture some years ago after serving churches in North and South Carolina. And one of the chief reasons I came to Silva was because of its library. We live about 3 minutes away. Last Saturday, a lot of people stood around the fountain down there at the end of Main Street. I was there. It was a protest rally. And it was unlike any protest rally I'd ever been to. The last one I was at was back in the 60s. And it was not anything like that. There was no pot. There were no communist agitators. There was no violence. No flags had been burned. There were no hippies. Well, there were a few. Maybe some of us were still hippies at heart. But people were friendly. That's the way people are in Silva. Two ladies behind me were sharing a recipe for meatloaf. Silva's like that, isn't it? Cars went by and honked. They waved. They gave a thumbs up. Most of them were favorable. It was generally a nice day, and we were there in support of the Jackson County Public Library. I spoke to a friend of mine. I said, you know, when the opposition sends the steamroller down Main Street, I think it would be nice if you lay down in front of it as an act of passive resistance. He was not amused. As I stood there, I got to thinking, why are we here? Why are we here? There is no problem. There is no problem with the public library. The Jackson County Public Library has been serving our county tirelessly, efficiently, and compassionately for long before any of us were ever born. And there has never been any so-called problems until recently, and our elected county officials have perceived problems. At best, imagined problems, and at worst, invented problems. Now, I got to tell you, I go to the library a lot because I live very close, and despite what you have heard, I have never seen anybody packing heat. I don't see long lines of women waiting to wash their hair in the public restroom. And I don't see kids waiting with lascivious looks to check out salacious books. What I do see is moms reading books to their kids in the kids section, reading to their 4-year-olds, or dads playing with Thomas the Train with their 4-year-olds, because I did that with my grandchildren when I took them there. I see old men like me checking out murder mysteries and John Wayne DVDs. And I see high school kids doing research and using the computers. The Jackson County Public Library is the safest place in Silva, for crying out loud. And it could not be better run. But there is a problem. There is a problem. And it's not with the library, it's with you, gentlemen and lady. Yes, sir.
I'm telling you, you got 5-3.
Last Sunday, give me 5 seconds. Last Sunday in many of our churches, we heard these words from the book of Revelation. I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down from heaven. Now that's a beautiful image, a new city, a perfect city, perhaps the new Silva. But unfortunately, we ain't there yet. We still got a long way to go. but we got to keep trying. We got to keep pushing. And a good functioning library supported by everybody and by especially the county commission is a good place to start.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Who is it next?
We
Me?
kind of jumped out of line there. Are you Mr. Paget? Are you Mr. Downing?
That was too many names for me to remember. I'm a little bit challenged. But I am Tom Downing. I do live here in Jackson County. I'm here to talk about the libraries and ask you to leave them alone. Let's remain in the Fontana Regional System. I've been following the Commission's involvement in the situation from the very beginning. And somehow at the last work session, the homeless got brought into the discussion too. I heard somebody say that homeless people should not be allowed in the library. And good luck with that. There's a whole group of activists waiting to challenge you on that. And I hope they do, if you do that. I'd rather our tax dollars are spent on the projects that this commission has already approved, like the new middle school. Thank you for that. Or the child care facility in Webster that this commission just purchased. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Good job. I'd rather not pay for litigation, especially when we know, and we should know, that we'll lose. Your last public work session was a master class in institutional discrimination, where the government uses its power to marginalize two groups of people. Now, I'd like to bring you to the attention of the Pledge of Allegiance. It ends with the words, liberty and justice for all. Maybe in your group, you think it means liberty and justice for the people that we choose to make it apply to, not the homeless and not the LGBTQ people. That's my perception. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. It seems to me that this whole thing is all about LGBTQ people. Prove to me that it's not. I think it is. I think it is, because I hear marginalization, I hear falsehoods, I hear discrimination. It makes me sick to my stomach, honestly. I'm glad my family members were not there to listen and hear what you said. I'm glad my work colleagues were not there to listen and hear what was said. I am glad that my friends in this community who are in that LGBTQ group were not here to hear and to feel the discussion of the disgust on your faces. You should rewatch the video if you forgot what you looked like. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know what's in your heart. All I know is what you might do in the future. I'm here to explain to you that I'm not going to sit by and let this attack go unchallenged. If I don't stand up and say something, then people might think that I agree with what's happening. I've lived here for just 20 years, and in that time I've gotten to know lots of folks here in Jackson County who are tolerant, inclusive, and kind. The folks here that I know truly love their neighbors as themselves. Well, at least they try really hard, even when the dog barks. I've met people who take the idea of judge not lest ye be judged to heart in their daily lives. That's the Jackson County that I know and love. I hope it's what you see. Hope it's what you love. Thank you.
Mr. Rubel? Mr. Rubel? Sorry.
Thank you all for letting me speak tonight. My name is Jay Rubel. I'm the father of 3 daughters. I'm a husband. My wife is a pastor. I attend church and I worship, and believe it or not, I do read the Bible. I'm also a licensed clinical psychologist in North Carolina with over 25 years of experience. In my career, I've worked with children and their parents in schools, juvenile detention centers, and community mental health. This is my area of expertise. I want to address claims that the library provides pornography. I'm glad that book was brought up. I attended the library board meeting last week in Cashiers. Reference was made to the book, It's Perfectly Normal. Several attendees, including a priest, claimed that this book was pornographic. After the meeting, I looked through the book myself. I understand the need to protect children. I helped raise 3 daughters, knowing that 1 in 5 girls are sexually assaulted before they're 18. I sympathize with parents looking out for their kids. I still look out for my kids, and they're all adults. What I cannot understand is that the claim that this book is pornographic. If you haven't looked at it, let me tell you what it is. Some of these people in this room are really interested in this book. This book provides colorful drawings of our bodies. It has pictures of like penises and vaginas, which we all have. This book provides drawings of body parts with correct names like penis and vagina. Our bodies, how our bodies work, how we have sex, drawings of the birth process, explanations of healthy sexuality. It's an owner's manual for a human body, which every single person in this room has. It is not pornography. The American Academy of Pediatrics, those are all doctors, strongly supports comprehensive sexual education starting in early childhood. Research indicates that age-appropriate body awareness and sex education leads to healthier outcomes. Children who receive proper education about their bodies tend to develop more responsible attitudes towards sexuality. Rather than encouraging sexual activity, comprehensive education helps children understand boundaries, respect their bodies, and make informed decisions later in life. According to experts, conversations about bodies and relationships and sexuality should start very early, as soon as a child begins to learn to talk. Look it up on the American Academy of Pediatrics. Unfortunately, most adolescents in the U.S. do not receive any form of sex education until they're age 12. And, hear this, between grades 3 and 10, more than 90% of children will be exposed to porn. You know where that comes from? Your cell phone, your computer at home, not libraries. Kids don't go to libraries for porn. If you want to protect your children, spend less time focusing on the library. I'm not sure if you guys go there, but actually pay attention to what they're doing on your home computer. That's where they're getting porn. I used to take my girls to the library. I actually paid attention to what they were reading. I read with them. I didn't let them read things that I didn't approve. There's books in this library I don't like. Guess what? I don't check them out. So closing a library won't do anything. If you truly are concerned about your children, take a look at what happens in your home.
Next up, we have Mr. Castle. After Mr. Castle, we've got Ann Farewell, Andrew Strauss-Tecki. I'm sorry if I'm really making that name bad. David Parker, George Rector, Betsy Swift, and Aaron Maxfield Steele. There's a whole nother, we've got 3 pages, so spot 12 is Jennifer Hinton. Autumn, you're at 14. I did. There are, people wrote their names around the edges, so that's where we're at. There's not a number. I'm just going as far as I can go. So, yes. Does everyone want me to wait on the people that are on the first page and go to the second page and then come back? I'm going on this page right here, everybody's name that's right here, and then I'm going to move to this page. And then we're going to go to the back.
Go through the numbers first.
Where the blanks were, and then they went to the second page where the blanks were.
Right.
And then they came back to the first page and they wrote names around the blanks. So why don't we go with the numbered list first, and then we can go back to the first page and go to the one.
How about I just go the way I'm going and we don't have to argue about how I'm calling people's names out. We're going to be here for everyone to have comments. So let's take time and just go. Mr. Castle.
Thank you. What's the time limit?
3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would like to speak in support of the decision from this board to remove from a library system that continues to make decisions that offer and highlight sexually based material, including sexually explicit material for children. It would behoove this board to find an alternative option of having a library. No child needs to be exposed to adult themes, sexual themes, or explicit material. And I stand here before you as a local pastor. I want to clarify my position, a position I should note that is also held by a large number of citizens, but is often misrepresented by the media, including local sources. This is not about LGBTQ, etc. material. This is not about the LGBTQ, etc. community. This is about the immoral and, I say, illegal decisions to provide sexually themed and illicit material to minors. I also oppose material being made available to children that confuses and contradicts basic biology and gender. The reason for this is simple. Absolute truth does exist. 2 + 2 does in fact equal 4. No questions asked. The answer does not change because one day a person wakes up and decides to say that the answer is now 5 because it makes them feel better. 2 + 2 = 4, and that is how it should be taught to children. Therefore, if we seek to teach our children absolute truth, it needs to be in all areas. In the area of gender, the absolute truth of biology is that there are males and females, and what you are is determined long before you are aware of it, and no matter what you say or do, that truth will never change. If I suddenly declared that I was a 91-year-old man rather than a 31-year-old man, that does not change the simple fact that I am 31, not 91. And if everyone around me just accepted that I was a 91-year-old man and changed their reality to fit within my distorted reality, they would not be showing me love or help. They would be ignoring whatever issue I had that made me think this an inaccurate reality, and they would possibly enable more destructive tendencies as I continue to live out this false reality. So it is with our children to somehow say that holding to the absolute truth that we are born either male or female and we do not get a choice in the matter is hateful and wrong. That's disingenuous. In contrast, letting a child become confused or more confused by much of what these books contain rather than helping them to understand the absolute truth, that is a choice that is wrong and destructive. I know that some disagree with what I'm saying and will often ask, why not leave us alone? If you don't want it for your kid, then ignore it, but let us have access to it. My answer to this, folks, is we are a society, not in a vacuum. I am a citizen of the same country, state, and community as you. Therefore, I have a right to express how I want that society to operate, and I refuse to be a part of a society that is okay with confusing children about simple truths and exposing them to sexual themes. And I will not leave this society because this is where I've chosen to live. Therefore, my only option is to fight. I will fight for the truth. I will fight for what is right. I will fight for the innocence of children. I will fight, and I will not stop, and I will not yield, and I will not back down. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ms. Ferriel. Ferriel. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Anna Ferriello. I live in Cullowhee for the past 20 years. I worked at Hunter Library at Western Carolina University for 12 years and retired in 2016. I was brought to the university to select and interpret historic photographs to be placed online for our students and the public alike. One of those photographs is our historic Jackson County Courthouse, which appears on several postcards with the caption, quote, "Most photographed courthouse in North Carolina." This building is one of Sylva's finest and is appreciated by locals and visitors alike. Fortunately, in 2011, the community came together to save this wonderful structure and transform it into today's public library. We are indeed the envy of many communities. As a child, I was always proud of my library card, proud to be a member of a public library, and impressed with all that libraries do. As an archivist rather than a librarian, when I arrived at Hunter Library, I didn't know the intricacies of library science. It's important for people to understand that a standalone library can only do so much. The complexity of library science and the beauty of a regional library system means that the public can take advantage of much wider offerings than a standalone library can support. The Fontana Regional Library System allows me not only to check out books that are on our local library shelves, but also enables me to borrow books from other libraries. What I use most is the Libby system. Libby contains 40,000 books. That's way more than our library could hold, and 7,500 audiobooks. These are available to me at home by using a single app. I'm proud that these extensive services are available to a rural community that would not be possible without the Fontana Regional Library System in place. I urge the commissioners to continue their support of the Fontana Regional Library System, a system well-loved and much used by Jackson County citizens. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Andrew Starostecki. Good evening.
I am Andrew Starostecki. I've lived in Whittier for the past 12 years. I'm going to keep this real short because everything I was going to say has already been said, but I want to add this. I'm a Polish immigrant. I've always loved libraries. I've always loved reading and especially learning. And I'm mindful that during my family's time in Nazi-occupied and then Russian communist-occupied Poland, many books were destroyed or banned. Libraries were shut down by the thought police. Communists were especially fanatic about suppressing anything that was of sexual nature. So I just want to end with this. My wife said, I was asking her for advice on what I should say, and she said, what we need to do is to keep our library a rich tapestry of knowledge. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Parker. David Parker. Move to George Rector. Mr. Rector. Oh, Mr. Parker, sorry.
Hey, I'm David Parker, and I live in the Savannah community. I've lived there since 2002. Been in the area since '93. I'm not going to rehash a lot of stuff that's already been said. It's just that if anybody thinks that I'm against libraries, that's a ludicrous thought. I've always loved them and love what's available there. However, at the time the Fontana Regional Library Association was started, it was a good idea because we were a poor, backward county. Times have changed. Things don't stay like they are in perpetuity. We have resources now. We can stand alone on our own 2 feet. And it seems to me, from what I gathered, that financially we'd even be better off. What seems to me to be a problem also is the head librarian and the head of the Fontana Regional Library is one and the same, and sounds like double dipping. And that kind of feather bedding is, I understand wanting to stay on the gravy train, but we don't need to support that. But anyway, I would just like to say that we've come into a more modern age and we don't need our training wheels. Thank you.
Mr. Rector.
My name is George Rector, and I have used this public library in Silva for the past 42 years. We can be rightfully proud and have a justifiable sense of civic pride in our library because it is truly one of the crown jewels of this community. It's an institution with a vital role to play in helping to inform and educate the public. At a time of increasing social division, it is also one of those rare public spaces where all are welcomed, regardless of personal belief or political affiliation. Those of us who have long been library patrons have never had cause to question either this library's mission or the dedicated staff that works tirelessly to fulfill that mission. However, this commission now calls into question our library's proven history of public service by alleging left-wing bias. In pursuit of that claim, you now threaten to withdraw our library from its agreement with the Fontana Regional Library System. Because there is no left-wing agenda at work here, this would be nothing more than a reckless and ill-conceived solution to a non-existent problem. You fail to acknowledge the library's good faith efforts to offer the materials and services that reflect the broad range of interests found within a diverse community. As members of that community, we value the right to read widely and to think freely, so we cannot remain quiet or compliant while you needlessly threaten to diminish a vital and thriving public institution. The mission statement of the Jackson County Public Library is as follows: the heart of the community, enriching lives and inspiring the future. This beloved public institution fulfills that mission each day. Withdrawing from the Fontana Regional Library would only serve to hollow out the heart of this community, to pointlessly frustrate the lives of your constituents, and to call the future into question. For all these reasons, I urge you to vote in favor of our library remaining in the Fontana Regional System. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ms. Swift.
I'm sorry, before I start, there was a question in the back about whether the people in the overflow room hear their names when they're called?
They will.
They will, okay.
They can't.
They said they can't, yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll start with this. If someone doesn't call their name and we can find out who they are, we'll bring them over so that they have their comment.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Swift.
My name is Betsy Swift. I've lived here for about 27 years. And one of the proudest days I remember since living in Jackson County for 27 years was June 2011, the grand opening of the library in our historic courthouse. I felt incredibly proud to belong to a community that could pull this off. A lovely, modern facility that blends so perfectly with the now repurposed courthouse. The head librarian at the time, Dottie Burnett, was a dear friend of mine. So when I found a book on the shelf at the library that offended me, I asked her about it. The book was by a person advocating white nationalist views. I told Dottie I was sincerely shocked to find it on the shelf, available for anyone to check out, because I find the sentiments in that book reprehensible and the history that it bases its reasoning on questionable. She answered me without missing a beat. She said, "The library is here for everyone." And she added, "When someone comes to complain about Heather has two mommies, or it's perfectly normal, or 100 questions you'd never ask your parents, or other books that don't fit their beliefs or their worldview, I can say, look, we have this other book too. We're an equal opportunity offender." Those were her exact words, and I found them, the more I think about it, how wise that is. We are an equal opportunity offender. In other words, if we're serving the whole community, then everyone will surely find things that they like and things that they don't. There will always be books or displays that some people will not relate to, but everyone deserves to see themselves as part of the community. Our belonging to the Fontana Regional System gives us so many benefits besides the materials that can be checked out. Computer access, digital resources like Libby and Canopy, as well as programs and a beautiful public space where everyone is welcomed and served. Please do not destroy something that serves our community and makes us proud. Thank you.
Next up, we have Erin Maxfield Steele. Okay. I'll put her down and we'll come back to her.
10 seconds of free speech silently and ask everyone who wants the library left alone as part of the Fontana Regional Library System to just stand up. So that we all get to, you know why we're all here.
Right. All right. Next up, we have Miss Duffy, Miss Hinton, Miss Baxley, Autumn. We have Miss Duffy, Danielle Duffy, Jennifer Hinton, Beth Baxley, Autumn, Kim Mitchell, John Ritchie, Michelle Arianes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for letting us speak tonight, and I know this has been stressful for all of us, and thank you for sitting through it and making sure that all of our voices get heard. My name is Danielle Duffy. I'm a resident and property owner in Jackson County. I'm concerned about the financial impacts of the proposed ideas to leave the Fontana Regional Library System, remove librarian Tracy Fitzmaurice, and/or close the library altogether. As I have followed and read about this conversation for the last couple of years, I cannot stop thinking about one of my favorite adages. Your rights end where my nose begins. Libraries are the most prominent symbols and locations that we practice our freedom of speech, a right that the founding fathers found so important, it was the first one they agreed on. And at this moment, I can't help but feel pressure against my nose. But really, this comes down to economics. It always does. Jackson County residents are facing higher costs for just about everything. The reevaluation of property values in the county have raised property taxes for some residents by 2 and 3 times. This is including our elderly residents living on fixed incomes and young families just trying to get by. At a national level, we are still contending with inflation and the unknown consequences of new tariffs. The CEO of Walmart stated last week that they will have to raise prices, maybe as early as June, because of these pending tariffs. This will raise the cost of goods and groceries in the Silva Walmart, exerting more financial pressure on the residents of Jackson County. I question if this is the time to add more stress on the Jackson County taxpayer by drastically changing the structure of the Jackson County Public Library and the Fontana Regional Library System. Thomas Jefferson once said, "I have often thought that nothing would do more extensive good at small expense than the establishment of a small circulating library." Today, studies show that for every dollar spent on rural public libraries, the community receives $6 in economic return. This is realized through library resources that support job seekers, small business owners, continuing education, legal help, and literacy, to name a few. Rural communities with a library system see higher high school graduation and lower unemployment rates than counties without one. In urban areas or larger population centers, libraries are operated by the county, but our rural community is not an urban center, and I am confident in saying that we like it that way. But as a consequence, we have less resource and a smaller tax base that make rural county library agreements financially beneficial. The cost of administration, shared resources, IT services, and facilities are spread throughout the member counties. This enables these libraries to offer longer hours, more resources, and better services that contribute to the economic well-being of our small towns.
Ms. Duffy, that's
These
been 3
agreements.
minutes.
Okay.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more thing, if you would allow me just a few seconds. With these unknown economic impacts, will you all agree to have a fiscal responsibility, research it, look into what the fiscal impacts of changing from the FRL system is and will be? Will you make a fiscal responsibility statement, do some kind of research into it, find someone who can do it for you? Will you agree on that before a decision is made?
It's going to be a long process. It's not, we're cutting the cord today and the library's closed tomorrow. This is a long process, and we'll have public meetings with this is the theoretical cost of what it would take if the Jackson County citizens had the library system, not FRL. So yes, you will see all of that information.
Thank you.
Hinton?
Jennifer Hinton, thank you for having us today. Somewhere in the bins that hold my childhood treasures is my first library card. At age 6, I was labeled a gifted student in the 1970s in a very small working class city, and the only services offered to my parents were for me to go ahead a grade, which they did. My mother, who happens to be quite conservative, decided that she would offer me reading. She had read to me daily since birth and now filled my life with reading material at every opportunity. One of those ways was to dutifully, every Saturday, take me to the public library to check out my limit of books and record albums that filled my world. Our public library was a 3-bedroom ranch house that had been converted space to make a library in my town. I dreamed one day of reading every book on those shelves. There were a few instances where my mother was questioned by library or school staff as to whether I was ready for a book that I had chosen to read, and my mother's answer was a never hesitant yes. Looking back, I now realize that she then went and read what I was reading to be able to ask me questions about that material. And one of those questions books is this classic that my mother bought me from the Scholastic flyer that got sent home from school each month. When my middle school homeroom teacher stopped me from reading it in school from the school that I had purchased it from, my 12-year-old self returned home loudly indignant, asking my mother to protest on my behalf. My mother did not protest. She simply looked at me and said, "No one is stopping you from reading that book. I bought it for you, and you can read it at home." I've kept this book for decades, and I've shared it with both of my children. In fact, when I asked my daughter to hand it over today, who is 20 at the time, she said, "My bookmark's in there, don't lose it." Honestly, it's not even in my top 10 of my favorite books. But it is a symbol of all people having access to all appropriate reading materials for their being, with parents being the guides for their children. My daughter took her first steps at a public library event. We have more bookshelves than humans in my home. I have read, worked, and attended events at every branch of the Fontana Regional Library District in the last 2 decades that I've been in Western North Carolina. And I am forever grateful for the library that developed me into an educated citizen. Please continue to support our library district. The branches are stronger together and can provide a multitude of services and access for all citizens, including young girls who dream of reading every book. Thank you.
Next we have Ms. Baxley. Good evening.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing this time for all of us to share. My name is Beth Baxley. When Jesus walked on this earth, those who were nearest to him in his inner circle were not the powerful, the influential, or the leaders. His inner circle was made up of the poor, the disenfranchised, the outcast, the most marginalized people. Their stories are recorded forever in the Bible. Stories of yearning and hope, concern for family and loved ones. We know far less about the lives of the most powerful of his day, the scribes, the Pharisees, the teachers of the law. We mostly know that Jesus scolded them on more than one occasion for following the letter of the law but ignoring the spirit of love. People always, everywhere, have had a story to tell, and hopefully someone to write it down, just as those in Jesus' day and before him in the Old Testament did. The library is the amazing place that holds our stories, everyone's stories, not just the stories of the great and triumphant, but the stories of the oppressed, the brave, the martyred, the searchers, the people who don't look or think anything like you or me, but they have a story to tell and share. And we are all the richer because the library gives us access to their stories. A good librarian, a true librarian, and ours are wonderful, doesn't promote any agenda, but simply gives us access to all human knowledge and experience, to everyone's stories. If we pull out of the FRL agreement and start removing the stories of one group, it won't stop with that. Soon we will be removing the stories of others, the stories of anyone we aren't comfortable with, of anyone we don't approve of anyone we don't want to be reminded of. But remember, the marginalized, the disenfranchised, the forgotten were the very people that Jesus held most closely, and the Holy Spirit inspired the writers of the Bible to tell their stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Autumn.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a Jackson County citizen here to speak about, you guessed it, the library. I am disturbed that this body is working to hamstring the library when there is so much that urgently needs attention and building up in our community. I work in early childhood intervention. Childcare is in free fall here. This hurts the ability of parents to work and know their children are safe. You need to be putting work and attention into rebuilding daycares after the implosion of the Southwestern Childhood Development Commission, not attempting to destroy the library. Currently, one of the only fully functioning and excellent services for young children in our community. I need to briefly comment on people from Macon County, where I was born, who are bent on divisiveness. I hear they like to talk about sex and moral dangers that are supposedly lurking to threaten our children from our libraries. So let's talk about sex and the sexual abuse of minors for a moment. It is one of my least favorite topics. However, I've worked for nearly a decade in administration for a Christian youth group and am well read on the particular liabilities of church congregations to sex offenders as part of my job protecting our young people. It is an important topic to address head on. Libraries are actually some of the safest community spaces for our children. The same cannot be said for the Catholic Church, many evangelical churches, and the Southern Baptist Convention. We know that hundreds of Christian clergy have tragically been exposed in recent years for sexually abusing children. It's as common as morning toast and as horrific as anything on earth I can imagine. One of the opponents of the library, whose email was leaked earlier this year laying out a plan to deceive the public and break the FRL system, is a graduate of Bob Jones University. This university has faced an ongoing scandal over shaming victims of sexual assault, having girls who are raped confess their sin, and has publicly apologized in 2012 for how it treated students who were assaulted on campus or who sought spiritual support for previous assault. There are articles reporting on the situation in Time Magazine, the New York Times, and other reputable sources. I am not saying that alumni from a school are culpable for the actions of the administration. I imagine it must be a huge grief to face abuse coming from within educational and religious communities you trusted. However, there is no excuse for turning attention from these atrocities to target a place where children actually are safe in the community. I cannot imagine a more wholesome environment than our libraries. You are even willing to break our 80-year regional system, cutting us off from precious interlibrary loan materials and making taxpayers pay more for our library over time while getting fewer services. The pleasure of this board needs to stop aligning with the pleasure of the authors of a scandalous leaked email and needs to align with ordinary residents who love our library and don't search for conflict in it. Thank you.
Kim Mitchell.
I will say, with all the talk of neutrality, it is very unfortunate that the board whose, if I'm not mistaken, your position and roles are paid for with county funds, right? So it's really unfortunate that you chose to wear a red shirt, because that gives the appearance of non-neutrality tonight. Also, ironically, the only ones that the library can refuse entry into the building, not the homeless, but pedophiles. Ironically, that's the only ones the libraries can refuse entrance into the building. I'm swinging the axe until the sun shines brightly on us all. Even if we've loved it long and proud, an unhealthy tree must fall. Imperfect is even the greatest shade tree, if it doesn't shade all of my family. And we all started from the same seed, so that's all of humanity. It's time we grow beyond the sandbox of hate and discover all that we can be. Many of my neighbors had the good sense to be born here. The rest of us got here as quick as we could. We're all here because we're mountain people, and mountain people are hard, but good. I am strong, brave, and independent. Proud, private without a doubt. And like most of my neighbors, before I'd ask for help, I'd struggle alone, too long without. I'm also often the first to recognize and act when someone else needs helping out. So tell me what needs to be done, but don't tell me what to do. And if you want me to agree, don't try to trick me. Tell me the truth and let me choose. It doesn't take 2020 to see turning things into they and we, instead of living cooperatively, is how collectively we lose. Well, except for those who've been playing the long game, while the rest of us have sat quietly behaving, or blissfully intentionally refusing to see that it is all of us who need saving. They're counting on you to not care about the who, so much you don't think about the how. I wonder what they're going to take next that you may care about with the power they're taking now. Pretend these people are people. If it helps while you decide, the people you're counting on hate to help you eliminate, and for that hate to be stronger than the strength that makes mountain people great. We might be ignorant of many thoughts, but stupid is something we ain't. And we don't abide liars and conspirers. So don't hand us chef salad and tell us it's steak on our plate. Though in truth you may not know the difference if you're this filled by hate. Every word I write, every time I recite, I tell you proudly it flows through me from my maker. So it seems only appropriate that this time I'll end with a few words from the book of the first author, our Creator, and speak to those whose love for Jesus may have been used against them by the haters. Remember these words. He taught us right and good. He told us He would judge, and He commanded us to help and love our neighbors. And one of them who knew the law asked Him, testing Him, Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. That is the greatest and first commandment. And the second is like to it. Love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang the law and the prophets. Thank you.
I don't know who's next.
Mr. Ritchie? Yes.
Who's next? All right.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Ritchie?
I'm John Ritchie. I've lived in Silva for 44 years. My entire family has seen the Jackson County Library as a very important part of our community. I've presented programs to the public, I've attended public programs at the library, and I've reserved private rooms for meetings. My children and grandchildren have loved going to the library to read books and participate in educational activities. As a psychologist in private practice for 35 years, I've witnessed the transformative power of our library resources and services. I've directed clients to the library for self-help books, computer and cell phone training, access to Wi-Fi and computers, numerous newspapers and special interest magazines, and assistance with the filing of taxes. Jackson County Library was a crucial partner in their journey of personal growth. I remember when Jackson County was moved in 2011 from the small facility on Main Street to the 26,000 square foot courthouse facility. This huge expansion in services and space reflected the county's increasing need and great appreciation for the library services. In my field of mental health and personal development, a major theme in helping people is to open their minds and hearts through increased awareness for greater understanding and enhanced connection for closer relationships. The Jackson County Library is a model center where minds are open, connections are forged, and personal development flourishes. These combined resources and services are unique and cannot be replicated by any other agency in our county. Consider the profound reach of this institution. Over 3/4, or over 35,000 of the 45,000 Jackson County residents hold library cards. Based on the present data for the first 8 months of this fiscal year, the full year projections for our two libraries will be over 92,000 patron visits, over 180,000 items checked out, over 20,000 reference transactions, over 168,000 Wi-Fi uses, over 5,000 technology assistants, and over 3,000 programs attended by over 28,000 people. These numbers aren't just statistics, they represent lives touched and opportunities created. I'm confused, saddened, and scared by the proposal that Jackson County Library be removed from the Fontana Regional Library System, or their lease not be renewed. Such a severance would not save money because this affiliation to the Fontana Regional Library System greatly increases the library's revenue in terms of receiving grants, which are often dependent on regional affiliation. Recently, 7 grants totaled $368,400. The loss of regional sharing of materials and services would greatly increase the cost of replacing any of these resources and services.
Mr. Ritchie?
Okay, so in conclusion, we need to champion the growth of this resource, training, connecting, and welcoming center, not diminish it.
Thank you. After, is it Arrayas? Okay, after Ms. Arrayas talks, we've got Mr. Shields, Mr. Blaine, Jeanette Cabanas Bruin, Kayla Junaluska, Richard Letchford, Martin Giacaruso.
My name is Michelle Aralanis, and I am a resident in Silva. I am a technical writer. I hold a bachelor's degree in English language and literature. Words are important to me. Books are important to me. Knowledge is important to me. Learning is important to me. All of these things are found in the library. I'd like to address this hasty rush toward removal of Jackson County libraries from FRL. I understand there have been concerns about displays, about content, available in the physical building, available through e-services. Let me be clear. Libraries are the lifeblood of American society. They impart knowledge, they foster community, and they serve all, in person and electronically. If there are issues, let's talk about them and find solutions. But let's make sure they really are issues and not just personal opinions. Pulling out of FRL or closing libraries to avoid civic engagement is lazy. It is the ultimate censorship. As council members, it is your sworn duty to fulfill the will of the citizens you represent, including the ones who hold diametrically opposing views from you. It is not your place to impose your personal and political beliefs to constrain library outreach, materials availability, and push away those who are not like you. It's your duty to provide the citizens of Jackson County with the services that we want and need. We want the library in FRL. We want the library open. We need those. Thank you.
Next we have
Good evening.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to you as a peer. I'm the vice mayor of the Village of Forest Hills, which is located in Commissioner Hooper's alleged district. I represent not just myself, but my constituents here today, which I don't know if you're aware are also your constituents. And frankly, I come with the heart of full of disappointment and anger regarding the potential removal of the library from the Fontana system, or worse, defunding it altogether. My constituents stress the importance of the library and that parents should have the agency to let them access the materials they deem appropriate. It's not just a matter of budget cuts. I know I did the village's budget cuts last week. They were painful. But it's an attack on the very foundation of our community and not the future of our children. My family and I are frequent users of the Jackson County Library, and it's more than a place to borrow books. It's a sanctuary of learning, discovery, and community. I've had countless positive experiences there. Just recently, my daughter discovered a book at our library that's quickly become one of her absolute favorites. These are books we wouldn't have found without the library, as it didn't show up in our Amazon algorithm. I am appalled that some of you are considering or even mentioning taking this vital resource away. It's especially infuriating when I compare my experiences at the library I've had to those elsewhere in Jackson County. Unlike the multiple instances where I felt unsafe with my child at Bridge Park, the library has always been a safe and welcoming environment. It's a place where families can go without fear, judgment, and a place where children can explore the world through literature, and a place where minds are open, not closed. It's painfully obvious that this board is more afraid of my daughter and her peers learning to read than to critically think on their own, and than you are about safety on the playground. What message does that send to our community, to the people who have lived here? What priorities are you truly representing? Why so much hate towards the disenfranchised of Jackson County? Did they not vote for you? I've met countless other parents at the library, and I've seen firsthand the power it has to empower families of all socioeconomic backgrounds. The library is more than just tax dollars spent. It's a place to take our children for enrichment of all kinds, to foster a love of learning, and to connect with other families. It's a vital resource for homeschool families, parents seeking educational activities out of the school, and for anyone who believes in the power of knowledge and education. Jackson County doesn't have a lot of things for parents to take their children to, especially on a rainy day, but the library offers countless services and events. The library is not a political background. It's not a place of censorship or control. It's a place for everyone. Your actions suggest you prioritize a narrow, restrictive agenda over the well-being and intellectual development of our community's children. And you're willing to sacrifice their futures for what exactly? I urge you, in the strongest possible terms, to consider this senseless path. The library is an investment in our community, our children, and our future. To defund it or remove it from the Fontana system is an act of profound short-sightedness, and the Village of Forest Hills, its leadership, and citizens are watching. And from people from Franklin and Highlands calling my daughter a lamb, she's a lion.
Mr. Blaine.
I'm Keith Blaine. I live in Silva. I'm very concerned about the low wages of the library employees. I believe that we can improve the Jackson County Public Library by increasing the wages for the employees, as well as having local control of our 2 libraries. I have visited all 6 Fontana Regional Libraries in the last 2 years. I attended the meeting last Tuesday night that lasted almost 4 hours. I listened through 2 hours of the budget. I listened to it. I spoke afterwards. I believe we've got the opportunity to accomplish both of these goals of improving Jackson County Public Library without any tax increase or any loss in library services. First, I need to provide some background on the current funding. The library funding sources are primarily state aid. That's $409,000. Jackson County taxes is $1.4 million, as opposed to Swain, $270,000. Book fines and fees, we also fund it through Friends of the Library, $50,000. They do a great job. And a sales tax refund. So as per the 25-26 budget, the total aid for the state from the state library is $409,000, and of that amount in state aid, Jackson County receives. Does anyone know that? 0. Not one dime comes to Jackson County Public Libraries. Every dime goes to fund the Fontana Regional Library. None of it comes to any of the 3 counties. Fontana Regional Library, they also keep 20% of the book fines. They keep 100% of the sales tax refunds to fund that organization, not Jackson County Public Libraries. So if you decide to get out, this would mean an additional increase of $130,000 for the Jackson County Public Library. With this money, we can pay our underpaid library employees more money. They deserve it. Some of them, I've seen the list. One was getting $9.75. So I want to counter some of the falsehoods. So we would actually receive more money if we get out, not less. We would have the same resources. I spoke with Sarah Gansey. She's at the state in Raleigh. She's the director there. And she says if we get state aid, which we do, we would not lose NC Cardinal, we would keep Libby, we would keep Canopy. So I just want to counter some of these things that have been said that are false. Thank you.
Mr. Blaine. Jeanette Cabanas Bruin. Good evening.
Thank you. Well, I'm here to voice my entire family's support for our Jackson County Library and the Fontana Regional System as a whole. We are Jackson County residents. We are registered voters, unaffiliated. And I've lived here for about 40 years. I've read your comments that say that many people are complaining about the library, but to me, these numbers do not add up. Close to 80% of Jackson County residents possess a library card. We can deduce from that that a significant proportion of them must have voted for you. So It's hard to believe that library card holders voted for the destruction of the library. It's a safe assumption that these many people who are complaining are not regular users of the library, if indeed they are real people at all, or just bots on Facebook looking to cause trouble wherever they can. When it comes to recreating public institutions with years of functional history, like the Fontana Regional System and the Jackson County Library, I'm quite sure that no one on this panel has the experience or the knowledge to be able to manage, much less re-establish a library. I've just retired from a career in project management that spanned 30 years, and I can tell you that things that look simple because you haven't done them before are often much more complicated than you think. Now, for the past 9 years, since my granddaughter was 2, I've been taking her to the library. This is a wonderful library, as many people have said. It is a jewel in the crown of this community. When she lived in Los Angeles, I took her to numerous Los Angeles County libraries, a place with vastly larger resources than we have. None of those children's libraries hold a candle to the children's library here. I have been up and down the aisles in the children's section, looking at books, not only books, but books on tape, puzzles, games, everything that's on offer there over the course of the last 9 years. I'm pretty sure that I have at least glanced at nearly everything on the shelves in the children's section. Meanwhile, she enjoyed the puppet theater, the creative activities set up on the tables, the educational games on the computers, the Lego Club, the story hour. She's been to musical events and magic shows. On a rainy summer day, the bright, welcoming library is a place to go that's free and full of interest. How many places in our county can people take their kids that meet that description? I want to also put in a word for the kind and patient librarians, especially in the children's section, who answered her questions and led the activities. And at no time during the past 9 years have I ever seen anything in the library that was not appropriate for children. Maybe you should go look at it yourselves. Finally, in closing, I would like to say that I am deeply offended by whoever that man was up here suggesting that people who support the public library are not Christian. I'll leave you with the words of Jesus of Nazareth, addressing the local government of his time. In Luke chapter 11, verse 47, he says to the Pharisees, "Woe to you! You have taken away the keys of knowledge. You have not entered there, but you have hindered others from entering." Thank you.
My name is Chris Berry. I live in Tuckasegee. I actually don't live in Tuckasegee because it's not a very big place. I'm about 5 miles out of Tuckasegee, so I'm representing a lot of the rural folks. Never mind. I'd also like to say I'm a member of the library. I have a card in good standing. Whenever I check out a book, the library tag that I get from the computer tells me how much money I've saved. There would be no way, with the amount of books that I read, that I could be able to afford to buy those books. I also, because I think I need to say it, I'm not being paid by Bill Gates, George Soros, Vladimir Putin, Antifa, or anybody else. That seems to be a standard thing now, that they say, well, he's some outside agitator. I do happen to be a voter. What I would like to point out is when Hurricane Helene hit, a number of us, after we got our chainsaws and managed to cut our way out of our driveway, managed to come down to the library. And I was very surprised to find about 40 or 50 people outside the library, because that's where the Wi-Fi was. I lost my connection completely. No internet, no power, no water, no phone. I could have used my car radio, but then again, that runs batteries down. But I'd like to point out that I had used the library computer, I used the library Wi-Fi, and I don't know whether you all realize that important service was something that we had, not something that, I'm sure you've heard about the books and censorship and so on, but I'm just pointing out that one of the services the library has is Wi-Fi and computers. And at that particular time, there were a lot of us that didn't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Rick Litchford. I'm a property owner and resident of Franklin, North Carolina. I'm also a member in good standing of our library. I want to begin my presentation with a call for unity. And I want to offer an explanation and a definition of a term called proximate cause. Proximate cause is that event which causes an unbroken chain of events resulting in a stated goal. I have a question, and it involves proximate cause. Is our library willingly or not, furthering the goals of communism and undermining our American culture? I offer a reference. The 45 published goals of the American Communist Party, as read into the Congressional Record, page A34, A35, January 10, 1963. I offer a reference, a publication called The Naked Communist by Cleon Skousen, a must-read for every patriotic American. And by the way, a book that the library has not allowed to be admitted for checkout. I urge all American patriots to become familiar with all 45 goals of the American Communist Party to better understand the origin, proximate cause, and danger of current cultural attacks. I'm going to list below an edited version of the 45 goals of the American Communist Party. These goals are in part sponsored and threatened by FRL management of our local library. By virtue of the publications distributed to certain groups, they encourage the formation of and the sponsorship of the goals of the American Communist Party. So my point is this: our issues call for unity. The American Communist Party and the communists in general thrive on conflict. They introduce social policies and positions that create conflict, just like we are seeing here today. Let me read just a couple of the goals in closing.
Logan, okay. It's been over 3 minutes. We need to move on.
Just three of the goals. Gain control of our school systems. Discredit the American family as an institution and raise children away from the negative influence of their parents. Thank you.
Kayla Junaluska, I'm sorry.
Shio, Kayla Dagwadoa, Galie Ligahani, Ide Doha. Hello, my name is Kayla Junaluska. I am glad we are here, sort of. I come here tonight to publicly state my objection to pulling out of the FRL and or the closure of the library. I have a lot to tie together in a short time, so bear with me. It has become apparent in this town that racism and bigotry are heavily on the rise. I come to remind you that I am a byproduct of attempted erasure and white supremacy. I am an example of whitewashing and nihilism. As a kid growing up on and off the reservation, I quickly accepted I was too white for the res and too res for the whites. I didn't feel as though I held proper space until well into adulthood. My grandmother was a hard woman, conditioned by boarding school, in which its prime objective was to kill the Indian inside or kill the Indian. That objective was pretty effective within our household. Growing up, I didn't know my clan, I didn't speak the language, and I only observed native crafts from afar. The ways of my people were not directly passed to me, and even now I struggle to reconnect with my roots because of the barriers faced in childhood. I am slowly overcoming the effects of generational trauma. I bring all this up because I remember in school learning about the Trail of Tears, the whitewashed version. My teacher at the time looked at me and asked, "Kayla, what did Chief Junaluska do when he made it to Oklahoma?" I had no answer. I had not been taught. But I remember that day deciding I would change that. I found very little at our school library, so I ventured to the old Jackson County Library, and I absorbed what knowledge I could. Even today, there are only a handful of books about Chief Junaluska on the shelves, and written text have been one of the only ways I've been able to learn about my third great-grandfather. Aside from my deeply complicated experience, I also have many fond memories of roaming the aisles of the library as a child. I remember getting my library card and the first time I got to check out books on my own. I checked out Winnie the Pooh until I wore the pages out. And with all that, I have this to say. From what I gather, you were upset with the way the library has been running because of its heavy acceptance and display of the queer community. I can tell you right now that it doesn't matter how hard you work to eradicate and misrepresent a marginalized group of people, you will never succeed. You will only isolate them, you will only add to their pain, and you will only make it harder for them to overcome and navigate a world you deem that they do not belong in. I know this because your ancestors attempted it with my ancestors. Without a library that is all-inclusive, we failed to remember history and we are doomed to repeat it. Watching your actions unfold with the statue, I do not feel you are considerate of all of your constituents, and I implore you to dig deeper into the purpose of what that library serves. The library is a place that creates a safe and welcoming space for all who give that same energy back. It is a community resource and should be kept as such. I also want to ask, especially Jenny, when is the last time you checked out a book? Ski.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've lived in North Carolina most of my life, and for the past 3 years, I've called Jackson County my home. I've found most of my neighbors here to be gracious, welcoming, and focused on making this a great place to live. I live here in Silva, and I drive past the Jackson County Library every day on my way to and from work. If my son is in the car, he always points out the library because he loves it there. The Jackson County Public Library here in Silva provides a safe place for him to play, learn, interact with other community members, and to discover the joy that books provide. In fact, we have a bag of library books at home right now that we're going to rotate through this week, and next weekend we'll take them back and we're going to borrow more. Actually, right now is when I'm normally reading to him. So my family may take advantage of the library's collections, but many of my neighbors use the library for other resources. I have friends whose older children love boredom buster classes and movie nights. My office rented out a room for a staff retreat, and many of my friends who take part in local organizations use the room space as well. I'm always pleased to see that the library provides free at-home COVID tests and free period products for whoever may need them. Some commissioners have spoken with near disdain for our unhoused members of the community that access the library's resources. People who live here, who you represent, who have every right to access a public space, especially to seek a short reprieve from the January chill or the July heat, to access clean water, to eat a free lunch, or maybe accept a donated toothbrush or a bar of soap. To demonize this group is to use their struggle as justification for calling the library dangerous is indecent, unchristian, and small. Our library's resources are for everyone in Jackson County, housed and unhoused, straight and queer, Democrat and Republican, white collar and working class, white, black, Latinx, Asian, indigenous, and the list goes on. These resources are bolstered by our membership in the Fontana Regional Library System. This 8-decade-long partnership has allowed Jackson, Macon, and Swain counties to pool our resources and offer far more to our residents than we could ever do on our own. Leaving this system would mean reducing these resources and bearing more of the financial burden as a county to maintain current offerings. As I mentioned at the beginning of my comments, as I mentioned at the beginning of my comments, my son loves the library. As a parent, it is my job to fight, not only for my rights, but his as well. I urge you not to abandon the FRL agreement.
Mr. Riva? That was, sorry, sir, what was your name? I didn't. Martin Jacrusa. Perfect. Martin Jacrusa. And then Mr. Riva, and then Travis Russell. What's your name from? I think we don't have you yet. You got a couple people, but you're more than welcome. I don't see John. There you go. Yes, sir. Sorry,
My name is John Herrera, a Jackson County resident since 2012 and recent property owner. I'm not from Highlands, Macon, or wherever these people found themselves from. I would like to thank, I would like to thank Commissioner Smith for serving us, the citizens of Jackson County, and acknowledging that we are not happy with what is going on, and Ms. Fritz Morris for her continuing dedication to our library system. With that said, it is not in the county's best interest for us to leave the Fontana Regional Library System and deprive us of the resources that will further assist us. It is obvious when you look behind me. You're hurting your community by even suggesting closing the library. Your rights end where others begin. We have the right to choose what books we have available to us to check out, as much as the right to not check out certain books. Finally, the other reason I'm here, Ms. Hooper, I am one of the homeless people to let in the library many years ago. I'm a paralegal now, by the way. I filled out job applications, was allowed to warm up, because it was in December. I was in Asheville, in Tent City. And giving an opportunity to feel normal in its having of buildings, materials, and books. In fact, the first suit I wore to apply to H&R Block came from a librarian. I find what you said to be both callous and unbecoming of someone in your position. Moreover, your lack of empathy to your constituents is appalling. Gracias.
Next we have Mr. Russell, and then Chris Bogardus, Mike Yao, Casey Wallwinder, Destry Lager. And we'll go from there.
Obviously, there's a lot of people in the room with a lot of different points of view, and that's good. Because if everybody had the same point of view, how boring would the world be? But And I haven't heard anyone say that they want to close down the library. What I have heard people say is that there's just a selection of books that need to be gone. And I agree with that 100%. I've heard people say that it's about pushing out one group of people or this group of people. I haven't heard anyone say, well, no one cares if you're gay, if you're straight, black, white, brown, tall, fat, short, and ugly. Nobody cares. And I've got people that coming up here claiming to be Christians, talking about how all these books should be left alone. Okay, so we've already talked about the book, It's Perfectly Normal, that shows a man in between a woman's legs doing what he wants to do with her. That's available to 10-year-olds. And it shows a couple of guys having sex. That's available to some 10-year-olds. Okay, it's weird that people would be okay with that being in the library for a 10-year-old to look at. Well, let's talk about the book called This Book is Gay. That's available to 17 and under. I believe it's rated 14 to 17 years old. That book gives step-by-step instructions on how young boys can get on Grindr and go hook up with strange gay men. And it's in the book. I read it myself. Someone came up here and said, well, maybe y'all need to go look. I went and looked. Because I wanted to see for myself before I come to say anything. The book's in the library, and it gives young children step-by-step instructions on how to get on Grindr and go have sex with strange men that they don't know. Is that Christian? Because to me, that sounds like legal sex trafficking. That's what that sounds like to me. Hey, we need libraries, we need the books, we need this. How about we fill the libraries up with Bibles? How about, now see, there we go. Now there's some negative feedback because I said let's fill it with Bibles. Hey, look, libraries should remain neutral, period. Libraries should remain neutral. I saw a poster where all the little kiddie tables and their puzzles were, and it said born gay, born trans, born fabulous. There's not no 10-year-old that knows whether they're gay or bi or straight or trans. No kid knows that. And no kid needs to be persuaded one way or the other. And it's not the job of anybody's children but those parents to teach their kids about those things. And there's also so-called professionals in here that said they're okay with these books being in there. Well, that doesn't mean that you're not weird. Being a professional in a certain field doesn't mean that you don't have issues of your own. The only issues I have with the FRL are some of these books that's being geared towards children. And they are geared towards children. I went and looked myself, and that's where they was in the children's section. Again, nobody gives a dang. If you're a man and you want to wear a dress, nobody cares. If you want to be gay, nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's just about it's simply about looking out for kids. That's all. That's all. That's all it's about. And thank God I'm from Jackson County where we don't need the FRL. We can fund our own books. Thank God. And really, that's all I have to say. Thank y'all very much. Have a nice night.
Chris Bogardus, Colway, North Carolina. The 107 road bypass, the 107 road widening project is a mess. The Jackson County Library is fine. We need to be working on the road widening project and leave the Jackson County Library alone. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mike Yao, and I am a resident of the Savannah community. I was raised in a home of conviction where our beliefs, our morals, our values, and faith was held to a highest of standards. I was also raised to see the public library as a cornerstone of where differences could peacefully coexist. Much like the watering hole in an animal kingdom, you see birds, beasts, predators, prey, friend and foe standing on common ground, casting all differences aside. Public libraries carry the same sentiment, where folks of different beliefs, morals, values, and faiths stand on common ground, utilizing this wonderful community resource to seek out what interests them, as well as casting aside their differences, because like the watering hole, the library is a place that is safe, and it is a place that is beneficial to all who come. Sadly, there's a small collective of people who will only point out faults, dangers, instabilities, and wrongdoing, but only from a distance. They won't approach the watering hole to investigate the things they see as problematic. Walking in the door of the library, they would be welcomed by all and would see that what they perceived as a danger from the distance turns out to be nothing more than the illusion of doubt cast by the shadow of hate. Because of this, our library has come under attack by those claiming to protect our religious freedoms, our civil liberties, and our future generations. Speaking as a dad, as a leader in my church, and as a registered Republican in Jackson County, I have not seen anything in our library or surrounding libraries that would bring harm or corruption to my 5-year-old. The claims accusing our library network of moral turpitude are unfounded, and if your default response to something that you disagree with is to shut it down for everyone, you're not being a parent, you're not being a protector, you're not being a patriot. Instead, you're being lazy. I now charge you as our community leaders to do your civic duty and to keep the Jackson County Public Library within the Fontana Regional Library Network. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I'm Casey Wallawender. I live in Jackson County. Last Sunday, I was in church, and the little children's sermonette was about trust. And it was about who do we trust with certain things. It was about who did Moses trust when he was leading the Israelites out of slavery. And it's interesting because the first thing that I thought about was the 5 of you. And I thought about the responsibility that you have to our community, that you're elected officials, that people voted for you because they trust you to hear us, to be a voice for our community, to be a voice for people that don't have a voice. The last meeting that you all had was kind of appalling in a lot of ways. Jenny wanted to laugh about closing our library like it was a joke and didn't matter. John Smith wanted to say that he'd never heard a single good thing about our library. It's obviously not true anymore. While you spoke about how you represent the whole of Jackson County, all I saw was a gross expression of power, a flippancy toward our county resources, and a lack of regard for the diversity of our community. I keep coming to these meetings, and I keep saying that while the rest of our country is being torn apart by politics and agendas, that our community doesn't have to be. We're different. Like, people have talked about Appalachia and what that means. People have talked about Jackson County and what that means. It makes me sad that you all continue to make these backdoor deals, that you refuse to listen to your constituents, that you make decisions based on a political arena, regardless of the negative impacts on our community. I'm sad, I'm disappointed. It's not the Jackson County that I know. And people want to make jokes about it, but I have extensive training, education, experience working with children who have experienced severe trauma, who have experienced sexual abuse, working with queer youth. All of us want to protect our kids. All of us care about our kids. There's research, there's data. The books are not the issue. Churches that tell kids that they're wrong for who they think they are, that they're wrong for being gay, that they're wrong for being non-binary, that's the problem. I will sit down. I will sit down with any of you. I'm serious about this. I will sit down. We can talk about the data. We can talk about the things that happen when you take resources away from kids. When you try, people want to talk about erasure of identities. When you try to erase queer kids, they end up killing themselves. That's the reality of the situation. And so when you're talking about this and being flippant about queer kids and people are making jokes, we have queer kids that are committing suicide 3 times the rate of other kids. Queer kids that are being bullied and harassed and sexually abused and assaulted by their peers at 3 to 4 times the rate of other kids. That's what you're encouraging when you're disseminating this hate about our queer community and our queer kids. Again, I welcome the conversation. There's room to build bridges here, and that's what I think we want. Thank you.
Destry?
Howdy, y'all. My name's Destry Leger. I have been a resident of Jackson County and Silva for close to 10 years now. I actually just realized a few minutes ago that when I moved to North Carolina in Jackson County, I actually got a library card before I got a driver's license. That was where my priorities were, and the library was really one of the first places I was able to build community, meet people, and start to learn about what a wonderful community this is. My daughter, who was born at Harris Regional, is 8 years old now, and she's been attending library programming since she was 3 months old. She is just now finishing her 2nd grade year at Scotts Creek Elementary. She is a straight A student. She regularly receives award and praises for her reading and her vocabulary skills. She got a Radical Reader Award just the other day. And a lot of that is not only thanks to the teachers and the educators at Scotts Creek, but it's because of her ability to access programming at the library, because of the staff at the library, and because of her ability to access books that pique her interest without the censorship of everybody telling her what is and is not appropriate for her, because that's between her and I as her parent. And I bring up her positive school grades because, speaking nationally, we keep hearing a lot about the falling literacy rates, right? Like that kind of language is used to justify things like gutting the Department of Education and other just really harmful things. So with all of this going on, the fact that the conversation is on removing the library or defunding it in any measure just is absolutely shooting ourselves in the foot. I have also been a grant writer for multiple organizations in this county. I have brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've actually stood in front of this board. I'm a founding member of here in Jackson County, not this board, I'm sorry, the previous board, and made our case for why the previous board should give us the founding money to start here in Jackson County, which they did, and they have been long-term supporters of the homeless program. So to go from granting that level of support for our unhoused community to speaking about them with disdain, like they're not people, like they're not your constituents, I don't really know how we got here, but I guess that's between you and God. Anyway, being a grant writer, I have read the statistics and reverberated them more times than I can count about how Jackson County has a higher poverty rate than the state average, how our median incomes are lower, our homeless rates are rising, our livable wage jobs are also declining. On the last census, our women and minority-owned businesses are listed as statistically insignificant. And so gutting the library, and as a small business owner myself, I have used the library not only to access books, educational resources, there's a ton of resources for the nonprofits who don't have enough funding on any level. It only continues to exacerbate those statistics that I just said. So I'm also confused as to why, instead of addressing any of those things, we're talking about the library right now. Because for whatever budget surplus that we're talking about here, we still have a lot of folks who are struggling to make ends meet every single day. So I don't know, honestly, I'm really glad to see this many people show up for the library. I think a lot of people have a lot of hope that you guys are gonna do the right thing here. I'm a bit of a cynic. I don't know if I think that you guys are gonna do that. Typically, when people in leadership start moving towards authoritarian measures, they don't really backpedal on it. But maybe you'll prove me wrong. So, you know, when we talk about communist China and Russia and all these other places, we talk about censorship and totalitarianism.
It's been 3 minutes.
Okay, so anyway, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Patsy Allen. I live in Cullowhee. I've been here for about 10 years now, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. I have been to the library hundreds of times since I've been here in my 10 years, and I've been to a lot of the children's programs. I have participated in them, and I have watched them, and I really appreciate the thoughtful and the respectful attitude of all the staff I've met at the library. They seem to be ready to listen to everybody and what they have to say. And I'd like to know if you commissioners are seriously considering operating the library on our own. How will you maintain the quality of the staff, the materials, the programming? The Fontana Regional Library has a lot of experience and expertise in public libraries, and I don't think you all do. You know, by working together with the regional library, we save money on things like the administration, the purchasing, we get better grants, we have better public services and materials, we have the NC Cardinal access, and I don't think that all these functions can be maintained with just one county. The IT folks, I mean, we just have so many services, including the internet and the computers, the children's computers. So I think that the Fontana Regional Library is an excellent resource, and I think that we're stronger together. Thank you.
We have Mr. Bradshaw, Jonathan Bradshaw, Charlene Homolka, Kim Aiken, Luther Jones, Mike Schuler.
I'm Jonathan Bradshaw. I'm a Jackson County resident, property owner, and a father of two. In light of conversations about the library, I'd like to take up the issue of neutrality that came up at the last commissioners' meeting. It's used as a rationale for leaving the Fontana Regional Library system. Councilman Bryson said, quote, "County dollars should not promote anything. It should be 100% neutral. Anything that the county funds should be neutral." On the face of it, I believe that's an ethic most of us in this room would agree with. For instance, I would imagine that using county dollars to cover up a prominent anti-American symbol at the center of Silva would be a welcome performance of neutrality. And that using county dollars, again, to uncover that symbol without public discussion would be an egregious contradiction of that ethical principle. What I mean is, county dollars are not neutral. When we commit them, they stand for something. In this case, the question of LGBTQ representation at the library is not good enough a reason to abandon the FRL because it doesn't hold up. First, a library full of books is the last place we ought to expect neutrality. Books altered Western civilization. It was the invention of the printing press and the wide accessibility of books that allowed people the ability to synthesize information and perspectives, which led to monumental events like Martin Luther's major church reforms and the development of Protestant denominations. The library is where we go to learn new perspectives. Second, it's not neutrality to remove identities from public discussion. Councilman John Smith said at the last meeting, quote, "If you're going to throw this agenda in everybody's face, you better be throwing the opposite side in their face." What does that mean in this case? Public representation of LGBTQ people affirms they are here, they are our family and friends, they are worthy of love and friendship, they are human as anyone else. What is the opposite of that? Whatever it is, county dollars should not support it. Instead of neutrality, we ought to ask, what should county dollars promote? For my money, I say freedom, safety and security, equality, democracy, education, learning. None of those ends are well served by leaving the FRL. Thank you.
We have Charlene Homolka. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlene Homolka, and I'm short. We've been, this month marks our 50th year in this county. We came in 1975. My husband opened the very, very first veterinary office ever in the county. We are now in Cashiers and have been for since 96. I'm going to apologize ahead of time when I talk about something extemporaneously that I care very, very much. Sometimes I get a little bit teary and I get choked up. So forgive me. I am a volunteer at our wonderful jewel of the county library in Cashiers. I'm glad I'm here tonight because evidently I'm the only one that is going to speak up for Cashiers, because any discussion, any decision that you all make affects us too. I'm a volunteer. In fact, the Friends of the Library on the state level voted me Volunteer of the Year for the whole state last year. I'm at the library every afternoon practically. It takes an act of God almost to keep me away from it because I love it so much. There I go. See? I hate it. Anyway, I can attest that in our library, I'm seeing absolutely no evidence whatsoever of what many of you are afraid of. Nothing. Yes, maybe there are some books on the shelf. Let me tell you my opinion of that. Those books, if they come into a... Let me back up. Those parents who are so concerned about those books, may I extend an invitation to you? Come to the library with your child. What a concept. Monitor what they're reading. Make sure they're not on TikTok, Instagram. If they're playing games on the computer with a stranger, for heaven's sakes, monitor what they're doing. That's far more dangerous. At any rate, where was I? What we get from Fontana. What we get from Fontana is a budgeted $206,978 worth of internet annually. If you all decide down here to pull the internet, we lose ours. Now, Granite County might say, well, we'll pick it up. We'll eat it. I wonder how the taxpayers feel about that. The Fontana receives its money, a lot of it from grants. It's not just all tax money, people. They're out there begging for money like our Friends of the Library Board is constantly. After Helene, let me tell you, our library and Buck's Coffee Shop were the only ones that had internet all in the whole place. I can't tell you how it was to go there. We were supposed to be having a clearance. We had one day, and then, whoops, the library is closed. We get there, there must be 100 cars. Everybody's going like that. So we opened the doors. We had to clear the clearance. Said, come on in. We got flushable flushable toilets in here. It's warm in here. It's light in here. If you all decide to leave Fontana, the next hurricane, that won't happen. We also will miss out on a 3-county book exchange. Think about that. I have a friend named Elizabeth Howard who plays mahjong with me. She chooses her books from the New York Times bestseller list. She is in a tiny library. And she comes to Serenity or Megan and says, can you get such and such? Guess what? Because we're in a 3-county exchange, it usually appears 95% of the time. If you leave Fontana, that's gone.
Ms. Mocha.
Time?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I've had so much to say. Oh, well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, Luther Jones.
My name is Luther Jones. I'm a retired citizen of Silva. I understand the Jackson County Commissioners have considered options to remain remaining in the Fontana Regional Library System. Let's look at these options individually and rationally. Nothing, but ration. To remain in the Fontana Library system seems to be working and has many advantages. Why try to fix something that's not broke? Number 2, to pull out of the Fontana Regional Library but keep the library open poses many problems. Yancey County did this very thing last year and withdrew from their regional library system. They have found that the loss of support of the regional system has increased the cost to the county to keep the library open and double the expense of maintaining that service. Now, Mr. Blaine over here has brought up a number of figures that says that that's not true. Well, let me explain something. Mr. Blaine is a political operative. He knows how to make BS sound reasonable. If the Jackson County Commissioners choose this route, where's the additional money to come from? My taxes are high enough, especially with the recent reevaluation of property values for the county. Or do the commissioners intend to cut services in other areas, say the Sheriff's Department, Public Safety, Public Works, or Public Health? Number 3, loading the library board with political appointees would accomplish what the commissioners seem to desire: control of the board and control of the library. This would allow them to determine what is allowed in the library and what is not allowed, and will give them the opportunity to advance their own personal and political agendas. These commissioners work for us. They are elected officials, and their personal preferences and political agendas have no place in what would be a non-political decision. Number 4, to close the library is the most egregious action, even though it was proposed. What happens to the children that are homeschooled in private or charter schools that do not have the means to have their own libraries and access the public library and one instead? What happens to the public that want to have access to balanced and accurate information so that they may form their own opinions rather than having to rely on the opinions of others? You don't have to like everything that's in the library, but it should be available so that the public is informed, educated, and able to make up their own decisions. Options 2, 3, and 4 give the county commissioners complete control over the library's resources. This is purely a political move. The American Library Association that tracks these issues states that the number of challenges to libraries has doubled in the past 2 years. In 2023, there were 1,247. In 2024, the number was 2,452. The average for years before that was 273. This is nationwide. The American Library Association also states that 72% of those challenges are initiated by government entities, elected officials, appointed board members, or appointed administrators. Only 5% come from individual library users.
Mr. Luther?
A library is a place of learning. It is a place that helps us gain critical thinking and allows us to make rational and informed decisions in our lives.
Mr. Luther?
I realize that. I'm going to finish this comment. I don't care. The commissioners need to remember that they were elected to serve all of the people in the county, not themselves, and not just those that have a personal or political agenda to forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, I want to get to everyone, so please, no, Mr. Blaine, I'm trying to bring order back. So please, if you got time, listen to me. Let's try and keep it to 3 minutes. That way we can hear every single person that's on this list. Everybody's time's important. Thank y'all. Ms. Aiken.
Michaela Schuler.
Schuler? Okay, thank you.
So thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a Jackson County constituent. Having a library for all is a fundamental right. Our tax dollars should be spent how we, the people, want them spent, not the way that the 5 of you want them spent. Elected officials are elected to serve the people, not speak for the people. My question to you, commissioners, is where does it state in the legislation that tax dollars should remain neutral? And let me be clear, we are a country founded on inequality and oppression. We have never reached neutrality in this country, and we will not call this oppression against the LGBTQ community neutral when we know what it really is. When I first moved to Western North Carolina 7 years ago, I had no friends here, no colleagues, and $4 in my bank account. The library was one of the first places I went so that I could print out my resume and my syllabi for my graduate classes. Since then, I've graduated and I hold my master's degree. But if you looked at me 5 years ago and absolutely 7 years ago, you would have viewed me completely differently. You would have seen my torn clothes, my beat up car, and you continue to judge people who are just using the library and the resources that the entire county is entitled to use. You need to stop judging a book by its cover. You need to stop judging books by their cover. There's always more, and I don't know, and you don't know, and sometimes the books don't know all that it is made up of and everything that the books encompass. And sometimes we don't have to know. Sometimes we don't need all the answers. But what we do need is our library, and we need it for all. I'll end with this. My dear friend, our dear friend, Cheryl Clark, passed away last week. Otherwise, she would have been standing up here speaking with us today. I'll read a very brief quote from her from back in February regarding the library. If illegal actions like this go unconfronted, they will not only continue, but escalate. People who are willing to slander or libel the good folks who work in our library system and defy legal processes to insinuate their minority views into the politics of our community must be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Aiken. Kim Aiken. If Kim isn't here, we'll go to Paul Cooper, Sarah Steiner, Lauren Berg, Susan Bogardus, Caitlin Torrance.
Thank you. My name is Paul Cooper. My wife and I have lived here in Jackson County now for 19 years. We moved here after I retired as a clergyman and a mental health counselor, primarily in addictions, with the state of South Carolina. We moved here to be near our son and grandson. When I read a few weeks ago in the Smoky Mountain News about the possibility that there might be a withdrawal from the Fontana Regional Library system or even closing of the library, I had two feelings, two thoughts. One was I wondered, was that an over-the-top response to what people were feeling? But on the other hand, as I read the article, I was also very appreciative of the work that this county had put in over, it said, over 2 years of endless meetings, significant expenditures of time and money to renegotiate and to redevelop a contract with the Fontana Library System that would be workable. So I'm not going to try at this point to say anything about how you all should work that out. That's what you get paid for. But I would remind you that Thomas Jefferson said that as one sails upon the ocean of freedom, it's natural to expect waves. So sail those waves. I would suggest that we all remember that our libraries have a wonderful genealogy, beginning with Ben Franklin, beginning with Thomas Jefferson, who, after Washington was burned by the British in 1814, sold his library to refurbish the Library of Congress. And I would also remind us of our indebtedness to Andrew Carnegie, who said, after having devoted millions to the giving of over 2,500 libraries to counties all over our country, a library outranks any one thing that a community can do to benefit its people. It is a never-failing spring in the desert. In closing, I would simply say that rather than giving any time, attention, or thought to leaving Fontana Regional Library System or to, God forbid, closing the facility that we have, that we take a lesson from Thomas Jefferson, who in September the 23rd of 1800 wrote to his fellow patriot, Dr. Benjamin Rush. And one of the comments that Jefferson made in that letter to Dr. Rush is inscribed on the Jefferson Memorial on the Basin in Washington, D.C. I believe that it would be a commendable honor to you, rather than to consider anything about closing or leaving, to rather consider putting a plaque or a sign in the libraries that would say something to this effect: that within the walls and upon the shelves in this facility, we honor the statement of freedom by Thomas Jefferson when he said to Dr. Rush, "I have sworn upon the altar of God
Mr.
eternal hostility
Mr. Cooper.
against all tyranny of man."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Steiner.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Steiner, and I've been a Jackson County resident for the last 11 years. So at your last meeting, one of you said, by and large, people are unhappy with the library. So in response to that, a handful of us quickly sought community feedback to help show you that many people are happy, just in case you weren't hearing from us. In 8 days, a petition in favor of JCPL and FRL got almost 1,900 signatures from Jackson County residents alone, and another 400 from Macon and Swain counties. In 9 days, 792 locals took a small survey. 99% support staying in the Fontana Regional Library System, and 98% say they feel safe in the library. Many offered highly positive comments, and I will share the results of both these instruments with you via email. We also held a rally on Saturday at the Silva Fountain. Over 300 people came to show their support for JCPL and FRL, all wearing yellow to symbolize freedom and light, and they came with less than a week's notice. I also did a bit of a study on the topic of neutrality in the catalog, because that's a really difficult idea to live up to. So I did a number of searches on more traditional faith-based topics and then more progressive ones. I noted that there were 3,670 books on the top 3 faith-based topics. Those are Christianity, Jesus Christ, and Catholicism. There were 485 books on the top 3 LGBT topics, and I searched many: queer, lesbian, and transgender. Many of those were government documents that provide guidance on how to work with service members, for example. So the data show that conservative faith-based topics are overwhelmingly represented in our collections already, and the library is offering choices that parents with a variety of ideals may use to guide their families. The parents retain the right to choose what they and their families read and do not read. The government and the library do not dictate individual choices via exclusion or inclusion of certain topics or titles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Berg.
Commissioners, thank you for allowing this opportunity for me to speak with you today. My name is Lauren Berg. I'm a proud resident of Jackson County. I grew up, as I imagine several of you have, in a somewhat remote rural area. My parents and grandparents instilled in me a strong sense of community and of doing what's right for your neighbors. This is a common experience growing up in smaller communities, the knowledge that community and being neighborly are how we all succeed, thrive, and even times past, survive. Treat others as you would yourself be treated. Love the neighbor. Those are wise words. That lesson was learned, and admittedly sometimes difficultly, by myself as a child and as a young man. But it was an important one, and one that has helped shape who I am today.
Get closer to the mic.
Thank you. As my grandmother often said to me, it takes all kinds, doesn't it? This was often in response to hearing about something odd one of our neighbors said or did, but really, isn't that what makes us a community? And this wasn't spoken in a negative connotation. We build upon the strengths and differences of our community, and she was teaching me that in these statements. We may not understand how they live their lives, the choices they make, the candidates they support, or the beliefs they have, but they're our neighbors, our community, and that's important. Treat others as you also wish to be treated. My family taught me these things and taught me the importance of caring for all people, even those whom have wronged you. They taught me to support the community of which I am a part of, to support those who struggle, and those who reach out for help. When a neighbor asks for help, you help them. That's how it is. The rest doesn't matter during these times. They taught me that together we are stronger, and that those who wish to tear us down must first divide us. And I fear that this is what is happening today. Together we overcome the challenges that we have faced in the past. Together we ensure the freedom to live the way we desire, free from others trying to tear us down and dictate to us how we live our lives. That is not freedom, and not what we learned from our forebears, and certainly not what we stand for as a community and as a country. That isn't what America stands for. This is a fact we must defend, and to which I have lived. I've served my country alongside brothers from every creed, choice, and color. And what united us was a fierce desire to defend against those who wish to divide us and tear us apart for what we believe as a country, to be free from those who wish to impose their beliefs upon us, outside our borders and within. Many of my friends died for this. And this is what gives me the courage to stand before all of you today, this evening, and to continue these efforts in my life. It takes courage to stand up to the small, loud minority who wish to divide us through fear and cowardice and lies. But I find that courage was instilled in me by my grandparents, my parents, and my fallen friends, who sacrificed in order for me to learn this. And ask you, please, honor their sacrifice. Support your community. Don't divide us. We're all connected here, a community strong together. I will always strive to honor my family, my community, and my country. It is shameful to do otherwise. To all behind me, it takes 2 seconds to be brave, to determine what is the right thing to do, and to strive forward. To do otherwise is cowardice. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bogardus, after Ms. Bogardus, we've got Caitlin Torrance, Sky Calhoun, Pam Meister, Matt Lassiter, Chris Bahir.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening,
name is Susan Bogardus, and I live in Cullowhee, North Carolina. I support the Jackson County Library and the membership in the library of the Fontana Regional Library System. Over the last 18 years, I've used the library between 2 and 5 times per month. Lately, it's been a little bit more than that. I was just told that when I was at the library. They're like, that's a lie. I'm usually there twice a week right now. Why do I use the library? Well, I was reading Proverbs this morning, and it said, the mind of the intelligent gains knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. I use the library for a lot of things. I use the library for books and resources to learn about new things. When I wanted to buy a new washer, I went and they had the Consumer Reports. They had it in print, and they handed it to me. I didn't have to pay for it. I mean, I could use it right there. Found me a really good speed queen library. Speed queen washer is cool. I also use the computer lab systems and the services there pretty often. They have scanning, they have copying, they have all kinds of things available. They have a notary available in case you need that. If you haven't noticed, you probably haven't applied for a job recently. It's all online. All of the HR stuff's online, and it's helpful to have a nice, up-to-date computer that runs really fast. I do it for pleasure because I read a lot of novels, especially romances. I love Nora Roberts and Nicholas Sparks, and it always comes out wonderful, and people are always married and really happy, and that's a great diversion in this type of wonderful turmoil in our society, to like get into some place really nice, you know, along the coast of North Carolina, and people falling in love. I'm like, it's great. I love his social things at the library. I go to some things like I just found out they're going to have a Saturday matinee movie, which I'll get to go see. I've gone to the Friday ones. I've gone to craft things at the library. They have a spice club. My husband knits at the library. You know, he knits with balls, you know, because he's a guy. The library is an asset to our community. And in Jackson County, withdrawing from the FRL will not improve our services at all. And I think it will cost us more money. I wanted to say one thing about homeless people. I work with homeless people. I work at the community table. I work at the HERE program. I work at Pathways. I want to tell you there's two ladies that hang out at the library all the time. They were there when I was there a few minutes ago. One of them was working on a puzzle. The other one is working on this strange, like she's making this world on the computer, and she's just so excited about it. And she says, I found a fish, I found a fish. I'm like, you know, really, Pat, we don't want to know you found a fish, honestly. But you want to think about that. They're not hurting anybody, just to let you know. And if they need to do a job, like get a job, they need to go to the library and sit down, because NC Works doesn't allow them to do that there.
Thank you, Ms. Bogardus. Caitlin Torrance. Caitlin?
I'm not sure that you called my name. Joy Clark?
We're almost there, Ms. Clark. Okay. Sky Calhoun. Sky.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. This is my first time ever speaking at a commissioners meeting, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to share my words. I'm sure that you can tell from my very colorful dress that I'm here in support of the Jackson County Public Library staying in the Fontana Regional Library System, because I know the invaluable resources that well-funded libraries bring to communities. Through the FRL, I've taken cooking classes, viewed local art, accessed the internet when my home Wi-Fi was down, which does often happen in a rural area, gotten at-home COVID tests, obtained seeds for my garden, met a live hellbender, and of course, received access to both print and virtual books, all for the low, low price of free, except when I'm late returning my books, and all with the cheerful help of the wonderful librarians who have never once pushed an agenda on me. My love of libraries isn't new. I was a library kid growing up. The librarians knew my whole family by name, and they helped us access opportunities that otherwise would not have been available to a lower class family like mine. Fund and educational programs, books as fast as I could read them, and I did read them very fast. My mom is very proud of me. A printer with all the ink colors, very luxurious. Air conditioning on a too hot summer day, even more luxurious. Though the library enriched my childhood, in my whole 17.99 years of being a child, I never saw a single pride display in my library. I can't remember ever checking out a book with a prominent queer character, and I still grew up to be queer. Because access to inclusive media does not make people queer. Queer people just exist. There's no promotion, there's no agenda. We're just here, and we deserve representation in media just like every other kind of person. The LGBTQ community is already well represented in nature. You can find queerness in the whiptail lizards, an all-female species that performs mating rituals. lesbian lizards. It's in the Jack in the Pulpit that grows right here in our mountains, that starts their lives as males and later becomes females, trans wildflowers. It's in the red maples growing along the tuck that may have male and female branches on the same tree, non-binary trees. It's in the globally distributed split-gill mushroom fungus, which has over 23,000 different mating types, queer mushrooms. If a parent decides to restrict their children's access to certain information, that's their choice. It's their choice. It's not ours, and it's not yours. Backing out of the FRL in order to serve the ideologies of those who cannot appreciate the beautiful diversity of nature would be a disservice to all 3 counties that benefit from this agreement. Censorship is never a tool of protection. It has always been a tool of oppression. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Pam Meister. Pam? And for y'all, I'm keeping time right here, so I know when time's up, okay?
Hi, my name is Pam Meister, and I'm a resident of the Savannah community. I came here in 2010 to work for the Mountain Heritage Center, WCU's Museum of Appalachian History and Culture. I've had a career in museums in North and South Carolina and in Georgia primarily, and I've always found libraries to be wonderful partners. So when I came here, I immediately sought out the library and felt that, boy, did I ever hit the jackpot with this place. Libraries, of course, as we have heard over and over again, are places of learning, but you can learn in many different ways, not just through books. And in the new Jackson County Public Library, there are wonderful spaces to do mini exhibits, which we're honored to do for over a decade and still are doing, although I'm retired now. So we did things about Appalachian history, about the people, about the places, about the traditions here. And it was a really marvelous experience. As people have said over and over again, people who work at who come to the library feel very safe about the whole place. We would be bringing all these things and putting them in the cases which are built into the walls of the library. And people would be hanging over our shoulders and going, oh, what's going up next? And could we help? And oh, we're really excited to learn about that kind of thing. So that is something that I think is really important to know, that a library that offers a multiplicity of services is a really great places, and it serves the community in so many different ways. The other thing from hanging out at the library so much, we found out that there was a lot of collaboration amongst all of the various libraries, not just the Jackson County Public Library, but as mentioned, the Cashers Library, and also the library in Macon County, the Macon County Library. And we ended up doing exhibits on things like Cherokee crafts, on different kinds of Appalachian traditions in all of these places, and we realize how much they communicate with one another. So I don't want to go on, but again, this is a great place for platform of all sorts of learning, and it's also, as was said before, you know, we're stronger together than we are apart, and so being part of a regional system, the libraries and the librarians really do collaborate with one another, and I think that's important. So I encourage you to keep the Fontana Library System. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up we have Matt Lassiter. And Chris Baer, if you're next. Go ahead, if you're still here. Lassiter, yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your patience tonight. My name is Mark Lassiter. I'm from Cashers. That's been my home for the last 35 years. This is the first time I've ever felt the need to actually attend a Board of Commissioners meeting, so that says a lot. I'm concerned that the important work that y'all were elected to do is languishing while you get involved in this library fiasco. When I came to Cashers 35 years ago, we didn't have a library. And Dr. Barbara Carlton made a very generous gift to help get things going up there. And the library opened in 1994, and it's become the cultural center of Cashiers. And we have all types of literature available in there and all different types of media. The library hosts community events, has meeting rooms for events of all type. They have movies, they have concerts, lectures. I mean, it's a wonderful place. A library should be a place full of all types of literature, of all types of viewpoints and perspectives. It shouldn't be a place just full of partisan literature. I mean, if that's what you're interested in, I'm sure you can go to the Democratic or Republican headquarters for that kind of literature, but that's not what a public library should have. I'm very disappointed in the commission for getting involved in this and threatening to even close the library or diminish it or cut it off at the knees. That would be a deal breaker for me. I'm a registered independent, and that would certainly influence my feelings about the next election going forward. And I regret to say this, but I feel like that y'all have lost your way on this. But thank you for letting me speak.
Mr. Barry, are you available? Next up, we have Sarah Ward, Kim Playson, Kathy Robertson, Patricia Weinhart, Kendra Woodburn. Any of those folks still?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Sorry, what are you, Sarah Ward?
I'm Patricia Weinert.
Perfect. Just want to keep it.
My name is Patricia Weinert, and I am a Jackson County resident. I come before you not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone whose family legacy is deeply tied to the value of education, knowledge, and public service. Many women in my family were librarians, quiet defenders of freedom and opportunity for everyone, regardless of background or belief. Public libraries are one of the most uniquely American institutions we have. They're not just buildings full of books, they're sanctuaries of freedom where people from all walks of life can explore ideas, ask questions, and pursue the truth on their own terms. Now, I've heard concerns about certain displays of materials. I understand that not every book or event will reflect everyone's values. That's okay. In fact, that's the point of the public library. It's not meant to affirm just one worldview. It's meant to offer access to a wide range of perspectives so families can decide for themselves what they value and how they raise their children. The idea of withdrawing from the Fontana Regional Library System or replacing the library with one that promotes only a particular set of beliefs should concern all of us. Regardless of political views, that's not protecting children, that's limiting their future. That's not parental choice, that's taking choice from parents. And let's be honest, if the government starts deciding which ideas are allowed and which aren't, we're not moving towards safety, we're moving towards control. That's not conservative, that's authoritarian. And let's be honest, if something in the library concerns you, talk to the librarians, request a review, that's the democratic process. But don't burn down the whole house because you don't like the wallpaper in one room. Let's preserve the public library, not because we agree with every book on its shelves, but because we believe in every person's right to read, to think, and to decide for themselves. That's the heart of freedom, and it's worth defending. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Wood?
I'm Kathy Robertson. Am I next? I can be.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Robertson. I have been a resident of Jackson County since 1979. I'm a retired school teacher, having taught for over 32 years at Camp Lab and Cullowhee Valley Schools. I'm here tonight because of the children of Jackson County and more specifically, my grandchildren, who are too young to speak for themselves. On Friday, my 4-year-old grandson asked me if I was worried about the library. I told him that I was absolutely worried, and that is when I knew that I had to come speak. My grandson makes regular trips to the library where he checks out books and materials, uses a computer, and plays with Legos and trains. He loves our library. I remember how in the early 2000s, the Jackson County Commissioners and citizens found a way to fund a $9 million renovation of the historic Jackson County Courthouse to move the Silva Library. I remember when school children lined Main Street from the old library, which is now the police department, up the courthouse steps to pass books one by one, child by child, to commemorate the opening. Those children and the children today are the reason the library was renovated. Our library is not only the most beautiful one around, it serves Jackson County children and adults alike. Our library has been nominated for many statewide awards. Even Governor Pat McCrory enjoyed the beauty of this library when he brought the Secretary of Cultural Resources to admire our library after Silva's Main Street District was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. I'm here to urge you to rethink your stance on the library and see its value to our county and the citizens. I urge you to see the value of books for children, the rural need for the internet, the taxpayers' investment in this facility, and the resources available by remaining a part of the Fontana Regional Library. I feel that the availability for books and a wider selection of books is far more than our county can afford on its own. Our county citizens should not have to pay more for a library because of political standpoints. Our country is facing enough division right now. We just want to read and check out books in the manner Jackson County citizens fundraised and paid to do. If you're fully confident that the majority of the citizens in Jackson County want to see the Fontana Regional Library Board dissolved, then put it to a ballot initiative. Ballot initiatives are expensive. However, they're not nearly as expensive as dissolving a library and implementing a new system. We do not even know the cost to implement a replacement system.
Robertson, 3 minutes.
A ballot initiative would let us know what Jackson County citizens really want. I want to thank you for your countless hours of work, and I look forward to you saving our library, saving our taxpayers' money, and remaining a part of the Fontana Regional Library. I thank you, and the children thank you.
We're still waiting on Sarah Ward or Kim Playson or Kendra Woodburn. Any of those? Well, they signed up, so I'm sorry. Hang on, just 1 second. So, ma'am, come on up then, please.
My name's Kendra Woodburn. I live in Jackson County. I'm also a homeowner here, and I've been here off and on since I was 3 years old. And anyways, I just want to mention, I don't want to see the Fontana Regional Library dissolve the system, because I understood there was a 10-year plan that was in place, and that it'd be great to go back to that 10-year plan. And I understood at least one of you do want to keep the regional library system together. One thing I haven't heard mentioned today is how this would also affect Macon and Swain County. It would hurt them too, and they're our neighbors. So I was here when Hurricane Helene hit, and I ended up working with Samaritan's Purse, and that area is still so devastated. If Helene had come this way a little bit, we would never be in this discussion at all. And there'd be so many of us homeless right now. I was up there a couple months ago. There's still people in tents. We would be like that too. I I have a master's degree, but I fell on hard times over COVID. I ended up losing my car. All I had was a bus and a bicycle. And I had no internet except when I went to a library. And what I understand is that the hot spots would get dissolved if we break this apart. It'd be really hard to keep the hot spots open, as somebody mentioned before. Also, what is happening in libraries is not illegal. If it was illegal, our officers would be sitting there and arresting people for having these books. Okay, let's think about the books we have there. Think about The Hobbit. There's murder in there, there's killing. You look at the Jack Reacher books, cops are shot, heads are chopped off, everybody's stabbed. I mean, and then you look at the Harry Potter books, sorcery. I have friends from Bob Jones. Yes, they're concerned about their kids, but they also don't want sorcery books in there. So where does it stop? So we need to keep freedom in our libraries, freedom of knowledge. And I also am a parent and a grandparent. And I found out that the best way to protect your children is have parental control, know what they're doing, know what they're looking at. Also, a lot of my friends, not my home's a tiny home. My home is valued going up $1,000 this year. My neighbor down the road doubled. And we don't know what the millage rate's gonna be. So, you know, we're sitting there saying we're gonna try to save money, but if you're also doubling home values and raising your millage rate, there's all that extra money. And so as far as paying the librarians more, I believe we should. Also, one thing I learned at the library, first thing I thought when I saw we're gonna dissolve the library system was they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Well, for those that don't know what that means, used to be when you draw water from the creek, you put it into a bathtub. The father bathed first, the mother bathed next, the children bathed third, and the baby bathed last. The water was so muddy, that's where that came from. I learned that in a library, so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ron Robinson, Linda Parlett, Jason Kaminker, Pam Buskey, Susan Morgan LaVille, Terry Cole Smith.
Thank you. I can't believe that you all still have your eyes open. Thank you for paying attention, and we appreciate it. I'm Ron Robinson. My granddad started Blackwood Lumber Company. Anybody been around that long? I've been around a long time. And there's one thing that I know. I'm a business consultant. One of my clients was the library system. I know the library system. And I can share with you that when you're considering whether or not to separate it or keep it together, my experience working with all three counties was simply this: they're better together than they are separate. If it's a matter of money, I think we can deal with the money issue, but as a professional consultant working with companies, turning around companies, I can share with you that you've got a good system now. Don't screw it up, please. The second thing is this: you all, with who you put on the board over there, are killing the library. You have no idea the stress you have put the librarians under over there with the last three people you put on the board. I was at one of those meetings. Those folks didn't even know what they were talking about. They were trying to implement the school system with the library. It was crazy talk. Please, gentlemen and a lady, put people on the board that are going to support the board rather than try to disrupt everything and create more stress for that librarian system that goes to bed at night and can't sleep. That's all been since you all started putting these new people on the boards over there. Please, please, think about what you're doing there. And I ask you that with all due respect. You're commissioners. You understand things, I'm sure. As a business consultant, there's one other thing I'd like to ask you to think about. You all took office on a platform of bringing businesses into the community, right? You're all business people. I want you to think about this. Silva Sam, we had peace in our community. You pulled off the plaque. And when you did, you brought conflict back to this community. That was insane. We had peace. You brought conflict back. Now, with the library system and what you all are talking about, that could be another issue that keeps people and businesses from coming here rather than attracting businesses to the community. That's all I have to say. Please think about what you're doing. Right now, you've got the library system under so much stress. It's unbelievable. And I don't know why you've done it, but please think about removing some of those. Finally, I'd like you to think about one other thing. We don't need nannies in this county. And when I say we don't need nannies, many conservatives talk about the nanny state and not wanting Congress and all that to be telling us what to do. Well, we've got nannies in our county now with our commissioners, and I say that with some respect, because the issue is you're trying to tell us what books we can read and what we can't read. Who are you to tell me what book I can read and what book I can't? I have all the responsibility to choose my own books, whether it's at the library or not. We don't need you telling us what books we can read. I'm sorry. But that's it. You're affecting our community, you're affecting our businesses, and please rethink the way you're handling your businesses. Or may I ask you to do one other thing, sir? Find another job and let us re-elect people for this committee. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Parlay.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for bearing with all of this talking, and I appreciate you letting me talk. I have been a Jackson County resident now for almost 14 years. I'm a North Carolina girl through and through. The first 16 years of my career I spent in social work. 13 years of that was in Child Protective Services, investigating neglect, abuse, and sexual abuse. And I felt like I was carrying around a big box of Band-Aids. I wasn't really stopping the cycle. The one thing that I discovered as a common denominator in these homes was that education makes all the difference in the world. A lot of these families are struggling financially. That creates a lot of conflict in the home. Neglect means that maybe there's not enough food in the home. Maybe there's not clothing, children are not being watched. But the one thing that makes a huge difference for kids who are growing up in these environments is being able to be educated. Now, when I came to Jackson County, I was in a different profession because I decided I needed to try to make a difference. I changed into grant writing in higher education. And the way I learned how to write grants was research. My mother was a librarian, and she taught me how to research. And so I started researching and writing programs that helped children. Now, in my career, I'm retired, I was able to garner more than $40 million in grants. And one of the biggest things that makes a difference in being successful with a grant is having a collaboration, such as the Fontana Regional Library System. One of the largest grants I ever wrote was a job training grant. And I partnered with my community college and 9 others across the state because I knew that collaboration that broad would really get the attention in Washington and get the money. And we were awarded $18 million, and part of that job training is continuing today right here in the mountains of North Carolina. So this makes a huge difference to be able to break the cycle, take the stress off of these children, let them earn a living, graduate high school. But one of the grants that I wrote here in Jackson County was with Jackson County Public Schools, and it was to get laptop computers. The money was limited, so we limited the laptops that we could get to middle and high school students, and not even all of those got them. So there are students in our county still, and you guys know, that don't have internet access, don't have laptop computers or computers at home. So the library is the lifeline for them to be able to do the research they need to learn and to write their papers for high school, to write essays to get into college, to do college applications. It makes a huge difference, but we have too large a population that does not have access to this still. You can make that difference in keeping our library going. And by the way, I just did a quick calculation. If there's 40,000 resources beyond Jackson County that's in this regional system, let's just say each of those resources was average $15, that's $600,000. We're not going to be able to make that up and to provide the access for our children. So I'd ask you to think about it.
Thank you. Jason Kamenker. Next we have Ms. Buskey, and then Ms. LaVille, and then Terry Colesmith.
Hello, my name is Jason Kamenker. My family lives here in Jackson County, and we are lifelong patrons of our county libraries. We also use our regional library branches as well. We are contributors also to the Friends of the Library of the several different counties. Thank you for the opportunity to allow the public to share our comments. We appreciate your investment in our libraries. Our family regularly enjoys our libraries and the many services that they provide. The libraries provide us with enrichment and an abundance of knowledge, inspiration, and community connection. We're grateful for our local libraries and for their professional staff. They are incredibly valuable resources to our community, and we thank them for their service. As a parent of a teenage daughter, I can attest that we have always felt welcome and safe in our libraries. And as parents, we have always felt supported and encouraged to supervise and monitor our children for what they are reading and consuming when visiting our libraries. Our daughter has found her passion for reading and for exploring the world amongst the stacks in the library. The Fontana Regional Library System is a gem. We're grateful for the care and dedication of the staff at each of our 6 branch libraries. Our regional system is remarkable and respected in so many ways. Perhaps most importantly is the coordination, collaboration, and shared resources that we all benefit from. We support our regional library system, and we often use the libraries in Cashers and in Silva. We also use the Hudson Library in Highlands and the Macon County Library in Franklin. Occasionally, we get a chance to go out to the Mariana Black Library in Bryson City, and we appreciate each of them for being part of an interconnected system. We love being able to borrow books and media from one library and return it to another, or request a book from other libraries in North Carolina via the North Carolina Cardinal system. We do use Libby and Canopy at home for our online access to resources that we would not otherwise have access to. Our libraries and resources are valuable, and they're much needed. I give thanks to all those who came before us to make our libraries possible. I give thanks to our grandparents and our parents who had the foresight to create the Fontana Regional Library System and its shared resources for our underserved rural communities. I give thanks to the librarians and the library staff, past and present, for our system's 6 library branches. I give thanks to the tens of thousands of patrons and library card holders who enjoy our libraries regularly. I give thanks for the countless volunteers and friends of the library members who contributed to the funding and to the success of our libraries. And I give thanks to our community for having deep conversations about the importance of our library. And I appreciate the Fontana Regional Library System and all of the services that you are able to provide to our community. Please know that our community is dedicated and determined. We do support our libraries and their staff, and we will keep showing up.
Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Pam Buskey, and I'm here as a resident who values our public library and the vital role it plays in our community. I believe our public library is a place where people should be able to see themselves and all others in the community, despite differences in race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexuality, or socioeconomic status. For me and my family, it has always been that kind of open, welcoming space. We've raised 4 children here, and the library has been a part of our lives every step of the way. I'm deeply concerned about the possibility of our County Library being removed from FRL system. I respectfully ask that we keep our library within this consortium. At the latest commissioners meeting, it was said that Jackson County could offer just as good a library on its own. But what's the evidence for that? Has a plan been shared? What I see now is a well-run library with access to far more books, programming, and professional support than any one small county could manage alone. Some have said that our library is pushing an agenda, but during my last visit, and I go often, I saw a display honoring Native American heritage, a tribute to Jesus and the food he might have eaten and fed to others, and books across all genres: romance, mystery, adventure, history, something for everyone. That's not an agenda. That's a reflection of life's many stories and the diversity of the people who live here, right here in Jackson County. At the last commissioners meeting, it was said, and I quote, "County dollars should not promote anything. It should be 100% neutral, no matter if we are Republicans or Democrats sitting up here. Every department or organization should remain neutral." I completely agree. Any taxpayer-funded department should serve everyone, regardless of politics, belief, or background. However, neutrality doesn't mean sameness. It means providing space for many voices and experiences without judgment. The display about Jesus is a perfect example of that balance. Also, at the last commissioners meeting, one said, "We've put some good people on the library board from our side." It raises the question, what side is being represented? Shouldn't we all be on the side of literacy, open access, and free thought, not using our positions to advance one viewpoint over another, whether left or right? Finally, you've said you haven't heard anything good about the library. That, again, was a quote. Well, I'm here to tell you I have. I think you heard it. I am here to tell you that our library is amazing. I support the library. I support its leadership, including Tracy and the staff. And I support keeping our library connected to the FRL system so that it can continue serving the public effectively and affordably. Please do not take away the structure that allows our library to flourish. Let's build a future where all people in our county, no matter their walk of life, feel welcome to read, learn, and grow. And I implore you, go to the library.
Thank you.
See it. Really see it for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Susan Morgan Lavelle. Susan? Levier.
My name is Susan Morgan Levier, and I am a lifetime resident of this county. I happen to have been born in the C.J. Harris Community Hospital, right up above the library when it existed there. My family came to this area in the 1800s, and education was extremely important to them. Their family stories that tell about my great-great-grandmother in a rocking chair, nursing one baby, another one in her lap, and the 3 other children playing on the floor while she read Dickens to them all. Education doesn't just come to us through our schools. We luckily now have a public school system in the state of North Carolina, but of course years ago they didn't. That same great-grandmother was illegally teaching Cherokee and black children to read on her back porch where they wouldn't be seen and didn't get caught. It was against the law in the state of North Carolina then to teach those children to read and write. Growing up here in Webster, Sylva, I remember the teeny tiny little library we had at the end of Main Street, past where the hotel was. It had books in it, and a sweet little lady who wanted you to find something you wanted to check out and take home. But it was not much bigger than the jury section over here. As I grew up, the library grew as well. We got a new building where the police station is now at the other end of town. The thing that excited me about that there was a children's area. The kids could sit on the floor and they could put their books in their lap and enjoy books. And there was story reading, and you could even dial on the telephone way back then, and you dialed a story, and the librarian would read that little short story to you. Somebody remembers that over here. I don't know exactly when the Fontana Regional Library System was started. I'm sorry. But I do know that it has made a positive difference in this community and what the library is able to offer all of the residents that live here. That has been true for all of the libraries within the system. We just have the most incredible, beautiful library that looks out on our mountains and has so many services that are offered to the people who live here and in the area.
Ms. Lavelle?
Pardon?
It's been 3 minutes.
Okay. I want very much to have you continue with the Fontana Regional Library System. It has made a tremendous difference in the lives of people in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Cole Smith.
You're tired, I'm tired, I have my coffee for you. Back to this, I'm not talking this much. The last 3 pages are lists of public comments that I pulled off the Facebook. Last time, 3 people said they'd heard nothing positive about our library. That's included in the email that I sent you as well. Is this way too loud?
You're fine.
Okay. So we don't always agree. Well, we haven't agreed on much. So I tried to think of things that I and you could both agree on. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is finances. I believe that before voting to pull out of the FRL, the county public deserves to know what the basic outlines of the budget would look like so we can see if the choice is a fiscally sound one. This is a very short period of time that you have given us to approach this. That would include knowing what benefits and programming we might lose or see a fiscal increase in as a result of pulling out of the regional system, as well as the cost of reviewing and extricating the county from the regional system that year that would be coming up when we would be doing that. We literally just spent thousands and a lot of time on revising the agreement in November, that was completed in November of 2024. Thousands and a lot of time spent on that. The choice does not have to be made this year. There is time. I did a simple Google search asking the following: is there a fiscal motive to create a regional library system? This is what came back. Yes, there are significant fiscal benefits to establishing a regional library system. Regional systems can lead to cost savings, improved efficiency, enhanced access to resources, ultimately benefiting from both local governments and the communities they serve. This included reduced overhead, economies of scale, resource sharing, an expanded collection, enhanced technology, professional development, reduced budget strain on local government, improved service delivery, and enhanced community benefits. And we've heard some people talking about that tonight already, grant writing and being able to access other libraries. We've also heard how, I also looked at the budget and tried to decipher from that budget, from 2 years' budget's worth, whether or not it would be fiscally sound to come out of it. It's not possible because we don't know. That budget does not tell you what all benefits we get as a total library. Anyway, proving what I just read about it being a strong motive to create a regional library system, the Yancey County Library budget just doubled what it would have contributed under the regional contract they just left. And that is simply not fiscally responsible. Efficiency. The year-long process of removing the library from Fontana Regional Library will not just take additional money, but extra time for commissioners and staff. Revamping agreements, discussions, redoing procedures, etc., all takes money, time, and oversight. So who coordinates this process? The commissioners? The county library board? The amount of time folks have to be able to devote to redoing and then running an essentially new entity isn't infinite, especially with the many large projects the commissioners are already overseeing. Too much to do on too few people leads to shoddy work, and this is not a smaller or more efficient local government. And I hear the time. So, good neighbors. The Hurricane Helene showed us how county lines don't have boundaries, right? They're not boundaries during times of distress. But the county commissioners seem to be completely willing to dump our neighboring counties into financial and ideological quagmire that might end in the closing of libraries altogether. And finally is that issue of neutrality. So your neutrality is not my neutrality. And my idea of crap, as Ms. Cooper so eloquently put it, is very different than yours. And the difference between you and me is that I don't want to remove books that I think are crap. So the ideological posturing disguised as governance that you are doing serves to deny the fact that your constituents absolutely include LGBTQIA plus community and the people who are their friends, family, children, and allies. Your county taxpaying constituents are not all the same and do not all hold the same viewpoint, and our libraries need to reflect that truth. Thank you.
Up we have Joy Clark. Ms. Clark. After Ms. Clark, we have Matt Salerno, James Stewart Payne, Adam Bigelow, Claire Milligan, Sarah Skinner, and Aaron Callahan. Ms. Clark.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, thank you for your patience and your willingness to listen to all of us tonight. It's been a long night. Again, my name is Joy Clark, and I am chairman of the Boys and Girls Club of the Plateau in Cashiers. Anyway, we have 540 children who are members and participate in the Boys and Girls Club. That represents about 70% of the K through 12 students in that area on the plateau. Our closest nonprofit partner, not necessarily geographically, but maybe geographically, but that's not how I mean it, is the library, is the Albert Carlton Library, and it is such a significant part of our program and the success of our programs. I can't say enough about that, and I'm not going to go into everything that they do because everybody's talked about that tonight, but I just will say that I have not seen, in the years that I have worked with the Boys and Girls Club, I have never seen any evidence of any thing that you all, some people here may be concerned about at that library, with children being exposed to things that they should not be exposed to. Now, in a previous existence, I was a middle school principal of a very large middle school in a fairly well-to-do suburb in Birmingham, Alabama. And I can tell you that I am not naive when it comes to the interests of middle school kids and 9th and 10th graders, et cetera. And what I would encourage you all to encourage everybody else to do is, yes, all parents be concerned about what their children are reading, but probably more important than that now is what they're watching. What they're watching on the internet, what they're connecting with on the internet. Anyway, that's what I would really, if you all as a board could promote that message even more, I think it would be a highly important and effective message to send to your parents and to send to all of our constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Salerno. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing me today. I know there have been talks about removing the library from the Fontana Regional Library System, or even shutting down the library entirely. There are repeated concerns citing the so-called indoctrination of left-wing ideologies in the public library system. We live in a diverse world, and the bookshelves of our library reflect that. Too often, this language is used to remove books from shelves that are by or about minorities. You may want to read a book about someone who looks and sounds more like you, but so do readers who are Black, Indigenous, gay, or trans. We do not suggest closing a brewery in town because we do not like a beer on the menu, or a restaurant because we don't like the way they serve their grits. We don't suggest shutting down a library because we don't like a book. The library system offers a wide array of perspectives, not just politically charged literature. If anyone is concerned about there solely being liberally aligned literature, there are plenty of conservative, right-leaning, and even far-right publications available for public use in the library. There are copies of current Republican Vice President J.D. Vance's memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. Or, if it piques your interest, you could read The Dying Citizen, How Progressive Elites, Tribalism, and Globalization Are Destroying the Idea of America. I think the title kind of explains the contents of that book fairly well. Or you can read American Marxism, where Mark R. Levin criticizes liberal progressivism in Hollywood, academia, and the Democratic Party. If none of these are as diametrically opposed to left-wing liberal politics enough for you, you can check out a copy of Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler's anti-Semitic manifesto. For those unfamiliar with the book, he outlines his plans to exterminate everyone who does not fit into his idea of the Aryan race through a literal and cultural genocide that, among other horrors, included burning books and limiting the public's access to them. But the Jackson County Library offers so much more than just endless supply of free reading material to the public. The library also provides meals to children during the summer, free notary services, free assistance on filing taxes, technology help for individuals who may need help setting up an iPad, Kindle, or laptop. They offer classes and programming, job prep. In the summer, the library even provides meals for children. Sorry to repeat that. Free internet is another amenity that anyone can access, as many in the community do not have internet access at their homes. During Helene, this was especially helpful as much of the county had lost both internet and cell service, and the library was able to provide a way for residents to contact friends and family. By attacking the library, you are attacking the people of Jackson County.
Thank you.
My name is James Stewart Payne, and tonight I will speak to you as a former library employee. This evening you have heard the myriad reasons why our county's 2 libraries need to stay in the FRL system. It would be a waste of my time to repeat what you have already heard. I would rather discuss how this decision would shortchange our youth. A decade ago, I took a job at the Cashers Library as the children's programming specialist. It's a dream job. We had story times for kiddos from birth through middle grades, literacy, art, science, robotics, technology, tutoring, and literacy classes. We had book clubs, special Harry Potter nights. We 3D printed, we fished, we wrote poetry. Guest speakers and programs on predatory birds, snakes, and fire trucks. We studied salamanders, physics, Cinco de Mayo, native songbirds of the southern Appalachian Mountains. We had puppet shows, reading support puppies, scavenger hunts, and random acts of kindness. The kiddos who visited our libraries were locals and second homers, homeschoolers and local school kids, folks just passing through. Our largest group of kiddos came from the Boys and Girls Club of the Plateau, a culturally and socioeconomically diverse group of school children from 2 area schools and our homeschool community. During our summer season, it was common for us to provide educational, entertaining, and enriching programming for hundreds of kiddos in one day on a shoestring budget and a skeleton of a crew. And that was while we are in the Fontana Regional Library System. And this is Cashers, tiny little crossroads village of Cashers. What is obvious to me, but maybe not anybody else, is how a library is a socioeconomic equalizer. Our programs rivaled those of private institutions and camps. We brought to our kids of all socioeconomic backgrounds something that they would not achieve anywhere else. One simply came to the library where learning was free and accessible and available to any and all. Many have said that libraries are vital as they remain as one of the last, if not the last, public space where anyone can access information, learn, connect, and gather without the expectation of spending money. That's a good thing, especially in Jackson County, where 1 out of 4 of our school children is at or below the poverty level. It's a good thing we have libraries where we can further educate and enrich our youth, provide programming that inspires curiosity and exploration, that develops connections, creativity, and a love of learning, and that libraries make that available to all children at all times for free. If you remove the JCPL and the ACCCL from the FRL system, that ends pure and simple. I know that's a whole lot. You cripple children's programming, services, and collections. Try me. You will be voting against the best interests of our children if you vote for this. You will vote against their curiosity, their creativity, and their opportunities. Please keep the FRL system intact. Thank you.
Thank you. You have Adam Bigelow, Claire Milligan, Sarah Skinner, and Aaron Callahan. Mr. Bigelow.
Hi, I'm Adam Bigelow. I'm a constituent, live in Cullowhee. I woke this morning thinking about what libraries have given to me in my life personally. I'm the proud son of a children's librarian. I grew up in a library. I grew up surrounded by book and story. And not only am I the proud son of a children's librarian, my mom then moved on in her work to library administrator. And she has ran library systems in small communities in North Carolina, as well as large areas in Kansas City, Missouri, and in Chesapeake, Virginia. And back when she was the librarian director of Goldsboro, North Carolina, a group of people accidentally found a book on the shelf called Daddy's Roommate. And that was one of the first books that really kicked off the evangelical movement of going in and targeting books that they were told about to go find and try to get people fired and get things changed. And that didn't work then. And it won't work now. Y'all have really messed up. Y'all coming for the librarians. And you don't maybe realize this or know this, but librarians are the first defenders of freedom and the first line of defense in this continental United States against totalitarianism and tyranny. I'm here to advocate to you all to choose to listen to the people you represent, to keep us in the Fontana Regional Library System for the benefit of the 2 Jackson County public libraries and the benefit of the libraries in our neighbor counties. Do I think that y'all are going to listen to us as we stood up here? Do I think that you are holding a capacity to change your minds or look at things from a different viewpoint? We've heard a lot of talk about faith up here today. My faith in that is very small. I think you've already made up your minds, most of you. I've seen a lot of looks of boredom or scowling, and we've gone through a lot of things, but I feel like y'all are already working on a mission, and we might as well be a bunch of crows out here just crowing to y'all. So for the remainder of my time, I would like to crow to y'all as a crow. Call! 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 Call!
13 seconds.
Call!
You got 2 more. Come on.
Call!
You're
Did you
almost
give me
there.
5 minutes, 5 seconds? Call!
Yeah. Okay.
Call! Are we there? Call! 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 Call!
Yeah, thank you.
Call! Thank you for your time.
Yeah. That's a first for me at a meeting when someone's called like a crow. So, thank you, Adam. Claire Milligan, Sarah Skinner, and Aaron Callahan, are they still around? That would be fine as long as it's within the 3 minutes.
Okay, so this is actually from Erin Maxfield Steele, who was here earlier and they wouldn't let her back in. And then Erin was going to read it and had to go. Okay, librarians who celebrate the stories of all people, including Black people, Indigenous people, and other people of color, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexual, asexual, and two-spirit people, including differently abled people. These librarians are doing holy work because they are celebrating the stories of all of us, not just some of us. When these kinds of stories are censored, you are dragged through the mud. You're dragging through the mud the librarians who very carefully and intentionally screen those books for display. Shame on you. When these kinds of stories are hidden, the people reflected in them do not see themselves represented in our libraries, and they are hidden. When these kinds of stories are called crap and associated with harming children, you are falsely accusing people who are trying to celebrate all of us, not just you. If you are genuinely concerned about sexualizing children, you should consider the impact of ballet on little girls, increased statistics for eating disorders, and super fun, beautiful, shiny dresses and makeup on very small children. If you are genuinely concerned about sexual abuse, you should support accurate, science-based sex ed. And you should ask the library to move all books in which a hug or a kiss happens without consent. The reality is that you do not think our librarians are bad people. You want to see yourself and your ideas represented in this library, and not the ideas, identities, and stories of those who think and are different from you. Shame on you. Jesus commands his followers, and he commands those of you who claim him as your Lord and Savior, love one another. By this, everyone will know that you are my disciples. John 13:34 to 35. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no one else signed up for public comment tonight. So with that, moving on, thank you all for your comments. I know it's a long night, but it's appreciate y'all's respect and understanding for everyone's views, and it's not unnoticed. So thank you all. Moving on now to
Mr. Chair, can we
yes.
take a 5-minute recess, please, sir?
Sure. Is there a motion for a 5-minute recess?
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Budget time, if y'all want to stick around. This is where it gets really fun. All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene. The
breakfast in the morning.
moving on now to new business in our fiscal year 25-26 budget. Mr. King.
Read in the budget message, and it's kind of outlines kind of next year's
recommended budget for the county. In accordance with North Carolina General Statutes 159-11, the proposed budget for Jackson County for 25-26 fiscal year is hereby presented for your review and consideration. The proposed budget sets forth a plan of operation for all county departments, programs, and projects for the 25-26 fiscal year. This proposed general fund budget for Jackson County is balanced in accordance with the state law, and revenues and expenditures totaling $106,938,560. The proposal constitute an approximate increase of 4.46% over the current year fiscal 25 amended budget. All proposals within the general fund are based upon a budget with a tax rate of 32 cents per 100 of value, which is a 6-cent decrease. If you look at the expenditure highlights, education at 21.6% of total budget, human services at 18.44%, public safety at 24.97%, general fund of 17.08%, and then you have the smaller sections. Debt service at 4.16%, other contingency 1.92%, transportation 1.21%, environmental protection at 0.10%, and economic and physical development at 3.16%. For 25-26 personnel and insurance, the proposed 25-26 budget contains personnel recommendations. The recommendations include a 1% or one-step increase on the career path, a 2% cost of living adjustment for employees, workman's compensation, and liability insurance. It is recommended that all employees move up one step in the current grade and step plan. This action is necessary to maintain the career path system, and then also the 2% cost of living adjustment. I'm recommending that bonus leave be changed from 2.5 days to 40 hours per employee per year, and this will give us additional time for like snow days and things like that where employees can take off. We have several requested position reclassifications and new positions following are my recommendations for the 25-26 year. Real property reevaluation, 2 FTEs additional. Election board, 1 FTE for computer and GIS technical support. The garage reclassification of mechanic 1 from a grade 20 to a 21. Grounds, 2 FTE general utility worker. Sheriff's 1 FTE lieutenant school resource officer, 1 FTE evidence technician, and 2 road patrol deputies, which are ACO. These are the animal control officers that are going to be utilized in the sheriff's department for enforcement. The jail, a reclassification of armed detention to logistics and fleet manager sergeant from 21 to 23. Code enforcement, 1 FTE processing assistant 4 for the cashier's office. Planning, reclassification assistant 3 to process assistant 4 and grade 17 to an 18. Health department, reclassification of medical office assistant 3 to processing assistant 3. Social service, 1 FTE staff attorney. Veterans, reclassification of administrative assistant to another veteran service officer, so we'd have 2 fully veteran service officers. Recreation, 2 park attendants at 80% to 100%, and 1 FTE assistant director, 1 FTE park attendant. Cashier's recreation, 1 FTE wellness coordinator. Hospitalization and dental insurance premiums will increase by 2%. The employee will remain the same. Workman's compensation will increase by 2%, and liability insurance will also increase by 2%. Capital improvements. There are capital improvement needs in the amount of $4,070,140. That should be addressed in the fiscal 25-26, and we're recommending that as following. Equipment, $1,540,000. Vehicles, $1,199,324. Improvements, $1,356,816. The Board of Education, current expense and the proposed to allocate $10,771,553. That's a 6.6% increase, or $665,116 increase in current expense. This includes $8,509,000 for current operations, $928,222 in teacher supplements, $483,813 for counselors. Recommended containing allotment of $700,000 for CEP lunches and at all schools, and $150,000 for the junior ROTC program. The school nurse program is being funded by the Jackson County Health Department through that allocation. Capital, it totals $1,455,700. Includes technology, one-to-one maintenance and security. And it's recommended to the budget an additional $2,974,000 for public school capital expenditures in 25-26 out of Article 40 and 42. It is also recommended the budget addition of $2,889,000 out of Article 46 to fund educational purposes. These sales tax funds, grants, and our available lottery proceeds will be part of the funding for the public schools for 25-26. Southwestern Community College, it is proposed to allocate $3,010,437, which is a 3% increase. The proposed general fund maintenance capital is $689,000. Jackson County Library, Fontana Regional Library System is proposed to allocate $1,415,000, which is a 2% increase, and that was their request to the Fontana Regional Library System to operate both Jackson and Albert Coat libraries. Other appropriations, there are other many agencies that have requested funds from Jackson County divided into three categories. Fire and safety, forestry, recreation, EMS, community development, which is the center, community development centers, nonprofits, and then contingencies. It is proposed that the Canada, Savannah, and Boston Fire Departments will receive a 5% increase in allocation. Jackson County Rescue has an additional funding amount of $65,000. Glenville Cashers Rescue for an additional funding amount of $120,000 for operations of the substation. Matching funds will be available for the equipment purchase and the grant funding and all on-call payments. Boston Fire Department is being funded at an additional $200,000 for paving, and the total allocation is proposed at $348,141 for the Boston Fire Department. Canada Fire Department is funded at $41,000 for capital, and total allocation is $158,453. Cullowhee Fire Department being funded at $1,325,550. This will enable the fire department to increase the paid staff members 24/7. Mutual aid is provided to other departments within the county. The proposed funding amount provides enough funding for 11 full-time fire personnel. The Qualifier Department is being funded at $1,179,993. Due to the volume calls within the department to have paid members on 24/7, the district coordinator positions at that department will be eliminated, and mutual aid is provided to other departments within the county. The proposed funding amount provides enough funding for 8 full-time fire personnel. Savannah Fire Department being funded at additional $70,000 for paving, and the paving of and $43,000 for capital. The total allocation is proposed at $280,565. Silva Fire Department is funded at $1,187,602. This will enable the department to increase the paid members on 24/7 to 10 full-time. The town of Silva has added 1 additional position, which makes a total of 11. Glenville Cashers contract for ambulance service is recommended to increase $1,550,881. This includes a 3% cost of living adjustment and additional funding for Station 2. Harris EMS contract for ambulance service is recommended to increase to $2,174,023. This allows for 3 additional employees and a market adjustment for employees as well. It is proposed that the Forestry Service receive funding of $110,066 as requested. This represents a $26,719 decrease. A debt payment of $350,000 is being recommended for the new Glenville Cashers Rescue Squad facility at a cost of $4.5 million. The CDC and nonprofits has proposed the community development centers remain at $5,000 per center. It is proposed that most nonprofits be funded at the 24-25 levels, an increase of proposed for Awake, Cashers, Chamber of Commerce, Center for Domestic Peace, and the HERE program. New funding has been proposed for the Village Green and Vision Cashers. Mountain Projects requested $1.5 million for the Webster Village Partnership, and it was recommended for over a 2-year period of $1.5 million. So this would be the second payment for $750,000 for this year. Contingencies, multiple contingencies recommended for the proposed budget. $463,962 in contingency for general purposes, $1.563 million for equipment purchases, and $25,000 for salary/intern program. In the ARPA revenue replacement and opioid funds, the remaining and future funds of these programs will be expended for the program on a case-by-case basis. So, and you all made that decision tonight for the opioid funding. Solid Waste Fund. For the Solid Waste Fund for 25-26, proposed operating budget of $5,614,152. The proposal constitutes an approximate increase of 2.62%, or $143,132.39 over the current 24-25 amended budget. The enterprise fund is funded completely from fees collected for services. Employees within the fund will receive a 1-step increase and a 2% cost of living adjustment, and there are no major operational changes proposed in 25-26. I'm currently not proposing any increase in the availability fee for sanitation. Emergency 911 fund. For 25-26, a proposed operating budget of $228,779. The proposal remains the same as the current 24-25 amended budget, and these are all on 911 fees.
You go back to solid waste. Did that include the request for the additional half a day at the transfer station?
It's until 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So it's come from 1 to 3. We covered that within the budget.
Okay.
It does not include the new transfer station that we're working with the Forest Service on in Cashers, though. So we are still we'll have to look at that when we get to that point.
Thank you.
Real property reevaluation fund. So we are starting the process of the new program, which will be in 4 years at a cost of $656,735, and that includes the 2 new real property appraisers and absorbing the contracted services, which we have contracted out for the reappraisal services. Now we're bringing that in-house and utilizing staff in our tax office. So it'll be $656,735 per year for 4 years. So the Green Energy Fund proposed budget is $454,605, and this proposal constitutes a 30.96% in funding over current 24-25 year. Economic Development Fund proposed budget of $452,957, and this is constitute a 25.48%, or $91,983 over the current 24-25 year. The Fire Tax Fund, this fund includes both the Highlands Fire and Rescue Operations and the Castries-Glenville Volunteer Fire Department. The Highlands Fire and Rescue proposed 25-26 budget is $84,000. And this proposal constitutes the same level of funding at the 24-25 level. The fire tax is proposed to decrease from 0.0272 to 0.0150 per 100 value, and will provide revenues necessary for recovery expenses. The Castries-Glenville Fire Department proposed 25-26 budget is $2,770,175. This proposal constitutes a 39.66% increase of funding from the 24-25 amended budget, and the fire tax proposed decrease from 0.0294 to 0.0242 per 100, and will provide the revenues necessary to cover those expenses. Other funds, this category includes other funds and capital reserve fund of 19 and 21, Economic Development Fund 23, 24, and 64, and the Community Development Fund, Law Enforcement Fund, Conservation, Preservation, Recreation Fund, Debt Service Fund, Clean Water Revolving Fund, Airport Authority Fund, and all active funds. The fee schedule, Jackson County operates in fee schedule. These fee schedules apply to both the general and other operational fund operations. The fee and rate schedule includes the following: mileage and travel reimbursement rate, hospital dental rates, recreation center fees and charges, pool fees and charges, senior center participant fee schedule, permitting and code enforcement fees, planning fees, health department fees, transit fees, and solid waste fund fees. It is recommended these just be made to the following schedule. Recreation department fees, the general reimbursement rate for travel will be using the current NCOSBM rate. Mileage is recommended to increase to the 2025 IRS rate of 70 cents per mile. Hospital dental rates, Jackson County contribution for employees will increase by 2%. Solid waste availability fee recommended may remain the same. Other minor changes by department. In closing, the public hearing is scheduled for June the 3rd at 6 p.m. in regards to proposed budget. The public will be able to examine the proposed budget on the county's website, and hard copies will be made available for inspection at the administration and finance departments. The budget is tentatively scheduled to be approved at the commissioners meeting on June the 17th, 2025 meeting, after the board has had an opportunity to make any final adjustments. The budget process has never been simple, and it takes time and effort and necessary ability to make hard choices and sometimes unpopular recommendations. And we strive to include all necessary expenditures without the need to increase the tax rate. And I'd like to thank all county employees, elected officials, and organizations who worked hard to provide services to the citizens of Jackson County. Also like to publicly thank Darlene Fox and her staff for the tireless efforts it's taken to put this together. And as Jackson County strives to be a leader, it is our responsibility to promote progressive government sensitive to the needs of the citizens. It is my intent that this proposed budget reflects that commitment to our citizens. One thing that I added was I did an analysis of like tax rates in North Carolina, and with the 32 cent will be the fourth lowest in the state. So we're still meeting all the needs of our citizens and keeping the tax rate as low as possible. With the fourth lowest. Yeah. One-to-one is the computer program.
For the school system, correct?
For the school system.
Yeah. Child.
Will this be available on the website as well?
We can put that on there. That comes from the Association of County Commissioners.
Mr. King, for your report, are there any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I got one more.
No, it's 2 new full-time jobs. So what happened in the last 4-year cycle, we had a private contractor, and I can't remember the exact contract, but it was significant, about $150,000 a year, I believe. So we're not having that person. So that was a savings. And then what we're doing is we're increasing our technology, which is the, trying to think of Eagle View is what I call it, but basically we're increasing our technology and then putting on additional staff to cover for that. So we're gonna get hopefully a better product from our next reevaluation, but we're actually putting people to work locally instead of contracting out. Correct.
Great.
Yeah.
For cheaper cost.
I was trying to find it again. For the sheriff's office, they're taking over the animal control, is that right?
They're not taking over animal control, and this is on a trial basis. Those 2 positions are on a trial basis for a year as a pilot program. It's a hybrid, so they're going to be dealing with the enforcement piece from the standpoint of the interaction with the public, and then we're going to have the animal control folks take care of the actual animal. So it's kind of a a dual system.
Well, I'm glad to get something done on that because we've had a whole lot of complaints as far as animal control not responding and doing their job as they should. So I'm hoping that you can help and enforce some of these things. So, but now on those, how many jobs? Is it 2?
2 jobs, yeah.
Is that 2 extra jobs, 2 new jobs that we're creating?
2 new.
Okay. So it's not coming over from animal control?
Correct.
This is some time to look at it and come back with more questions.
So their job will be solely for animal control?
There'll be road patrol and animal control.
So
So
they're
when
gonna-
that animal control goes to 911, like nighttime or whatever, I'm assuming, that road patrol deputy can respond to that and CB can get up there and
Yeah, we'll put CB up there.
grab the dogs for us.
That'll be good.
Yeah, it's that was the hardest part, was the patrol portion of it, the face-to-face meeting with the person that was having an issue.
I probably shouldn't say they wasn't doing their job. They were having a hard time as
Right, they're short-staffed and
short-staffed and enforcing, you know,
difficult situations.
difficult situation and many different.
That's 24, excuse me, that's 24, 25. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's last year's, but if you look at that point, we're number 7, but that's with our tax rate of being 38. So when we drop to 32 on that particular scale, we'll be moving to 4th in the state.
It is 11 o'clock.
So I guess looking forward at the plan, we do have, you know, this Thursday on our schedule. If y'all feel a need to, you know, meet, we also have, I think it's the 5th or 6th of June also. So it's at the pleasure of the board how you want to proceed with that. If you feel like you need to have a meeting this Thursday to hear from any, you know, of the nonprofits. If not, we can wait till the 5th.
Option, just because of getting in here and looking and seeing what questions we may have regarding funding. So
Now, this Thursday's meeting would have been for the nonprofits, is that right, or is that?
correct. We can always call them in
Yeah,
at the
individually,
5th,
yeah.
need be.
The changes to them, because we gave you a copy of the actual nonprofit budgets. There's only 4 that increased, the rest stayed at last year's number, so.
Then, do we need to have a consensus on the date for the 5th, or do we just want to?
It's already scheduled, right?
Yeah, it's scheduled, so we can always call it or cancel it based on questions, so. Yeah.
What time is that meeting, just for the public? What time is the meeting?
What time's the meeting on the 5th? It'd be 6.
Okay, I didn't know we're gonna do an early meeting, so give the nonprofits time to come in, or?
Yeah.
And do it on the 5th.
We'll go through and look and then see if there's a time and we'll announce it, I think. Okay, moving on now to our last little bits of business. And there is a couple of appointments. One of them, Dr. Homolka, well, let me start with the ABC board. Get to that. All right. David Nolan is up for his spot, and Donald Ferguson is also up for their spot. On the ABC board, Donald has been serving as chair for the last 2 years. David, sorry. I see no need to change that. The ABC's been doing really well, and Donald has been serving since 2014. Questions? Well, if we could go ahead and get the chair nominated, and then we can have the discussion about, because they've got some things that they've got to get accomplished before the fiscal year end.
So we're gonna vote on Ferguson.
Yeah, we'll hold on Ferguson, but we do need to have Nolan. Is there a motion to approve Mr. Nolan?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. And then moving on now to our health board. We'll move Mr. Ferguson to our next work session meeting, and I'll contact him, see if he can become available, and let others. We have a health board vacancy. It's for a veterinarian, and there was a nomination. It's Dr. Erin Aiken. She is a vet here in Silva. So if there's no objections, it is a restricted vacancy. They have to be a veterinarian, and she's graciously volunteered to serve. So if there's no objections, I'll seek a motion for approval of Ms. Aiken.
So moved.
Or Dr. Aiken, I'm sorry. And a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. None opposed. I don't think we got questions from the press tonight, do we? They've got a lot to digest. Yeah. So with no need for closed session, I'll seek a motion for adjournment.
I'll be happy to make that motion.
And there's a gleeful second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. We are adjourned.
I just want to hear Michael be gleeful.
Gleeful. Thank you all for coming.